never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That's my cue. Here we go. What's going on to close out a Monday and looking at Groundhog's Day? Yeah, here it is. Second day of February 2021. Yeah, so January in the books. Made it to the first day of February. And time zone to time zone. Here we go. We'll work our way into, again, Groundhog's Day. It's going to be a bit different in Gobbler's Knob this year. A virtual Groundhog's Day. And get more on that as we progress into a brand new day. We start things off with what a mess. Wow, in the Northeast. This storm has pretty much lived up to all expectations and then some, as our nor'easter will eventually begin winding down as we head on into the day here Tuesday. But yes, it's done its fair share of damage. We've actually still, a broad area, still seen some light snow on the western flank of this storm, the backside. Snow just finally beginning to wind down here in southwest Ohio and northern Kentucky. For the most part, just some flurries lingering. But you still have maybe a half inch to an inch of snow that will be forthcoming from areas, say, from about Lexington, Kentucky, all the way down to, say, Jefferson City. They're in north central Tennessee. Snow showers get the wraparound effect. So you'll be in and out of spotty, mostly lighter snow showers. Snow extending to the north, to north central Ohio. Still looking at some snow up in the Cleveland area. Much of Pennsylvania, I'm looking at still some snow falling from Pittsburgh. New York City, it's finally winding down there. down into Maryland, the Washington, D.C., Baltimore area. Still looking at maybe encountering a few snow showers, but again, the worst is now behind you. The heavy snows tonight would be extending from, say, Albany, New York, west of Albany, on up into Concord, New Hampshire. Boston, you've been in the snow pretty heavy through the afternoon and evening hours. Yeah, right along the coast, that's where your dividing line, rain versus snow in the Boston area. So let's start right there with what a crazy weekend and start to the week it has been. This storm should finally be kind of out of our hair probably by Wednesday. But even through the day Tuesday, still going to be looking at some lingering effects. Even as this marathon winter storm moves away from the Northeast by midweek, you're still going to be digging out from a fresh blanket of snow and some additional disruptive impacts. The fact that this has been such a slow-moving storm, that's the kicker there. When all is said and done, they're now saying we may see up to 44 inches of snow. Atlantic Canada, late on Tuesday. Areas of snow showers going to linger, though, on the back side of the storm. You'll still see potentially some heavier snow showers over the mountains of northern West Virginia and much of Pennsylvania, flurries extending all the way to the Chesapeake and Delaware Bay regions. As we look toward midweek Wednesday, snow will still continue to fall for a time for northeastern Pennsylvania on up into central New York and Maine. AccuWeather forecasters say additional accumulation is even possible Tuesday night through Wednesday in parts of the Northeast there. Now, the most likely areas for, say, an additional inch or two will be northwestern New England and the mountains of New York and Pennsylvania, where the snow showers there will be a little bit heavier. But even in areas where the additional snow does not accumulate, there's still not going to be much of an improvement in the conditions as this nor'easter moves north into Canada. An area of high pressure that's been building over the center of the country will begin to push east late Tuesday night into Wednesday. But with that, we'll watch for gusty winds developing between those two features. Blustery, cold weather follows the storm on Wednesday. So for areas that picked up some of the heavy snow, you're going to be encountering blowing snow and reduced visibility winds. They're talking 30 to 40 miles per hour, blowing the snow around. Even where snow is not actively falling, drifting snow may be a problem in some of the open areas in suburban and rural settings. In addition to the reduced visibility, you're going to be traveling along portions of I-76, 80, 81, and 83. Need to be cautious of blowing snow on the roadways, which will lead to slippery travel conditions. Those gusty winds making it feel even colder in the Northeast as an Arctic blast of air moves in behind this storm. It's going to feel anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees colder than the actual air temperature with those wind chills. So any lingering snow and winds will begin to wind down across Pennsylvania and New York as we look toward probably Wednesday night into Thursday. So there's still some time to go with unsettled conditions. Then we'll see a quick break from the unsettled weather Thursday, and then, the next winter storm arrives by the end of the week. A blast of Arctic air forecast to follow this weekend, but the pattern may not be that simple. Going to be monitoring this press of Arctic air into the eastern USA this weekend. And there is, again, the potential for a storm to spin up and rapidly strengthen, which could have consequences ranging from heavy snow for some areas, heavy rain for others, and high winds for many. Overall, they tell us the pattern during February looks to be quite active, quite stormy in the eastern portions of the country, and looks like the coldest part of the month probably going to be here the first couple of weeks, the first half of February, which is underway. Now, updates over the past day. Let's break down some of what we have seen with our big storm as the snow continued to pile up in northern New Jersey, the part of the Northeast that could end up with some of the highest overall totals of this entire nor'easter. Since Saturday, in Mendham, New Jersey, measuring 30 inches of snow. Yeah, we're talking just 6 inches shy of the 3-foot mark, with snow forecast to continue into Tuesday. Mendham could come close to reaching total accumulations of 44 inches. Wow. A band of particularly heavy snow developed from northeastern Pennsylvania through southern portions of New Hampshire this past evening. Snowfall rates were at 2 inches per hour in some areas. That band was stretching from near, say, Scranton, Pennsylvania, just south of Albany, New York, and just to the north of Boston. In this area, travel is strongly discouraged in this zone. Road crews may not be able to keep up with the intense snowfall rates. Now, that was posted about, say, an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. So, obviously, and as I just mentioned, I'm looking at the heavy enhanced snowfall colors stretching from Albany up into Concord and back down into northeastern portions of Pennsylvania. New York City, how much of a pounding did they take? As the snow kept piling up through the afternoon hours, the official observation site in Central Park reported 16.3 inches as of 7 p.m. this past evening. This is the 16th, I should say, biggest snowstorm on record for Central Park. So it's in the top 20 anyway. It may climb a little bit higher on the list with some additional snow over the area. Additionally, even though it's just the first day of February for this storm, it's the snowiest February since 2014. That's the month when Central Park picked up 29 inches of snow. Obviously, it's just been wreaking havoc on the roadways throughout the day in the Northeast. New Jersey State Police busy over the past 24 hours. Treacherous travel conditions. As of late Monday, the State Patrol said they had responded to more than 580 motor vehicle crashes and assisted 839 motorists. We're pleading, please stay off the roads. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy added they said, if you don't need to be out, go back to your house. If you're in your house, don't leave. Let the road crews and the power crews and the first responders have the roads to themselves. Now, again, that was posted here just a few hours ago, wreaking havoc on the roadways on up into Connecticut, burying the Northeast, where they indeed say they're approaching blizzard status as the strong winds accompany the snow. Now, to be a blizzard, sustained winds must be at least 35 miles per hour for 3 consecutive hours, along with persistent visibility of less than a quarter of a mile. At 5 o'clock this past afternoon, Waterbury, Connecticut reported its first official hour of blizzard conditions with heavy snow falling, visibility of a quarter of a mile, winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. There's not yet been a weather station across the region that's observed official blizzard conditions for 3 consecutive hours. On into the Boston area, the heavy snow blanketing Boston just in time for this past afternoon or evening commute, as they call it. Snow started falling in Boston about 2 o'clock in the afternoon and picked up as the afternoon progressed. It had an inch or two outside the city, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Boston is anticipating 8 to 12-inch totals when all is said and done. All right, what else we got? Over a foot of snow. Okay, earlier in the day they were talking about New York City, where vehicles are just buried in the snow. Looks like giant piles of snow. One resident sending out a tweet, "Hey, dude, where's my car?" From a movie. How many years ago was that? Dude, where's my car? All right, forecasters have been tracking this ongoing nor'easter very closely, and based on the significant snow falling over parts of the mid-Atlantic, The area that has the highest chance of seeing more than 3 feet of snow is around the triple point of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Stretches of I-80 and I-84. The heavy snow there forecast to continue through Monday night and into Tuesday before it gradually tapers off. So there's still more to come, more to pile up. There's not going to be a whole lot of time to dig out before the next chance for wintry weather returns. As we mentioned, our next cross-country storm may be bringing another round of snow to the northeast on Friday. Although it would not be as big as the ongoing storm, there will be another potential for another nor'easter, they tell us, near the end of the weekend and into the start of the second week of February. Now, there's a lot of uncertainty with potential track and impacts from that storm, but right now the European weather models is hinting at the chance for widespread accumulation, 6 to 12 inches, stretching from Pennsylvania up to Maine once again. So that's going to include areas that may end up with 30 to 40 inches of snow from this ongoing storm. Meanwhile, the GFS weather model that's operated by NOAA is showing a different scenario where this model is depicting a weaker, kind of a quick-moving storm that maybe only brings a couple of inches to the region rather than a major storm with, again, the 6 to 12 potential inches of snowfall. So we'll have more on our next storm system, which I could actually flip out to the other side of the country and into the Pacific Northwest. And that's just the beginning of what is going to be, again, our next cross-country storm, as we're looking at rain falling over, mostly over western Washington, stretching from Seattle down to about Astoria, and a few spotty showers down toward Salem and Eugene, Oregon. You've got a little more rain down in northern California, rain stretching from about Chico down to Sacramento, just to the north of San Jose, and all the way down into southern California. Still seeing some rain falling primarily. Yeah, higher elevation, a little bit of snow, but it's warmed up in the southwest over the last few days. But I'm looking at a line extending from the southwestern corner of California down towards San Diego, up to Lake Havasu City, on over into western portions of Arizona there. Everything north of Phoenix. Central portions of the country, you're in pretty good shape. Again, as an area of high pressure has been building into that region over the last several days. Looks like there may be some fog issues to contend with tonight, some dense fog advisories extending from north central portions of Kansas right up through the heart, the central portions of Nebraska. More fog advisories, much of northern portions of South Dakota, stretching right up through central portions of North Dakota. But the winter storm warnings remain pretty much locked in from northern Maryland, the eastern half of Pennsylvania, eastern portions of New York on up into Maine. What a storm system it has been. All right, there's a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway here on a Tuesday. Yep, happy Groundhog's Day. Our number, 844-844-3388. Phone lines opened and ready to roll here. A couple of industry headlines as we typically get things rolling here. About 60 organizations, they tell us, including the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, have formed a coalition to fight a battle that we've fought before. And like so many other battles when it comes to the trucking industry, some of these safety groups make an attempt to push something down your throat, and it may be staved off, but they come back. They keep coming back for more. The old try, don't succeed, try again. We're talking about an increase to the minimum insurance requirement for motor carriers. The OOIDA-led coalition, made up of numerous state and regional trucking associations, agricultural association, and various industry groups, sent a letter this past day, February 1, to the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee to discourage an increase. Last year, of course, the House voted in favor of an amendment that would have increased your insurance requirements by a whopping 167%. That bill ultimately stalled in the Senate. But the coalition wants to prevent a similar measure from making it into our next highway bill. Letter states, our organizations strongly discourage you from including any increase in the existing minimum liability coverage for motor carriers. An increase in insurance is wholly unnecessary. It would do nothing to improve highway safety and would have a severe negative impact on truckers, farmers, manufacturers by significantly increasing their operating cost. Now, OOIDA has contended that an increase moving from, say, $750,000 to $2 million would put many small trucking companies out of business. It would hinder safety by taking some of the most skilled and experienced drivers off the road. The coalition says the negative effects would not fall only on truck drivers, though. Increasing minimum coverage would affect all businesses transporting property, not just the long-haul trucking companies. As illustrated by the diversity of the coalition, this impact would be felt by many sectors of the economy that have been working to help our nation to get through the COVID pandemic: trucking, agriculture, the materials industry, raising insurance rates for countless businesses engaged in trucking. In the midst of this current economic disruption caused by the virus would undoubtedly lead to the loss of even more American jobs. This policy clearly does not belong in legislation designed to support economic recovery. The coalition also argues the need to increase the minimum does not exist. Most trucking companies carry $1 million in coverage. According to the Volpe National Transportation Center, they determined that the current minimum insurance level adequately covers damage in all but not 6%, but 0.6% of crashes. Less than 1%, I mean just over half of 1% of crashes incur maybe more damage than the minimum insurance requirements. Why go after the 99.5%? What studies have not shown is any improvement to safety associated with increasing insurance requirements. There's virtually no reputable research that indicates an increase of any amount would help reduce crash rates. Yet proposals to raise minimum liability coverage, it's nothing more than an opportunity for the most ardent supporters, which is the trial lawyers, to get bigger payouts and bigger settlements at the expense of American businesses. Again, it's a battle that we've been fighting for quite some time. But all right, before we get to your calls, at 844-844-3388, a couple of other tidbits. Police calling one man's death a freak accident after he was crushed by a semi-truck at a construction site Monday morning. The unnamed man crushed beneath a big rig's tires about 9 o'clock in San Antonio, Texas this past day. According to KSAT, the man was airing up a tire on a piece of construction equipment at a site along Highway 90 when he was crushed by the rolling big rig, which had been parked. Witnesses say the man attempted to move out of the way of the moving truck, but fell as he ran, and the truck ran him over. Wow. The man's co-worker said, I really haven't got close, so I really don't even know what happened or what's going on, but from what I can see, it's not good. No, it was not good. Investigators said the man was not the driver of the truck and that no one was behind the wheel at the time of the accident. Things could happen, change in the spur of a moment, but police say it was just a tragic accident. They're investigating. The victim's name had not been released at time of publication. Then I suppose it's maybe a tidbit of good news. The Centers for Disease Control issuing guidance that will exempt truck drivers who are traveling alone from the federal face mask requirement. I know we've all talked about seeing people driving down the road all alone in their car. I guess maybe there are some truck drivers doing the same. They've got the mask on, but you're by yourself. What's the deal? The CDC order was issued on January the 29th as a follow-up to the executive order that was issued by President Biden back on January 21st, requiring masking during interstate travel as they attempt to slow the COVID-19 spread. Now, the CDC order specifically exempts commercial motor vehicles or trucks if the driver is the sole occupant of the truck from the mask requirement during travel. Now, to me, does that indicate if you're a team operation? Does your driver and co-driver have to wear masks when you're actually traveling out there on the road? It's kind of what it sounds like to me. I mean, you got how many husband and wife teams out there? That would be insane. But it says solo drivers who are exempt will still be required to comply with mask requirements while at a private facility like a shipper or receiver or a truck stop, and when you enter a transportation hub. The order also requires transportation hub operators to use best efforts to require the use of face masks by people who enter or occupy the hub, they say. That effort would include forbidding entry to a person without a mask, monitoring people for mask wearing, removing people who refuse to wear a mask, and reminding people that failure to wear a mask in a transportation hub is indeed a violation of federal law. But I don't know, what's the word for the team drivers out there? You gotta wear a mask. All right, rolling up on 25 past the hour. Lines available as we roll into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. What's happening out there on the highways and byways? I know Horse Feathers was out of the truck last evening. Not sure at this point whether he's back on the job tonight or not. Normally he likes to be like one of the first out of the box on the phone lines, but I did get a couple of messages this past day. This warrants passing on. Congratulations. Hello, Steve. As of this writing, I see 997 subscribers on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube channel. I know a lot of us were rooting for you in helping in that process. I just believe that you should have your own Facebook and YouTube pages, and now you've got it. Now, in reading about the Keystone XL pipeline, I read that it would have carried 830,000 barrels of oil per day. Now, how many tractor trailers would that take? We're talking, 250 barrels per truck? A rail car, 700 barrels? Hardly an equal. I guess that's what happens when the Teamsters decide they're going to vote in honor of Biden. Of course, not all of them did. I know that. But either way, here's to a successful show and spending 2024 celebrating a new president that happens to be a Republican with this show. All right, the drug runner chiming in there. Thank you so much. I did hear from this past Friday. We had our first winner, and week number 2 is underway. By the way, go to overnightdriveradio.com on the web, Overnight Drive Radio, and that'll take you to the page. Click on contest, and we've got, again this week, registering for a grand prize of a Stellar Electronic headset, the Pluto Duo. Gordy was our first winner that was announced back this past Friday morning. Our next winner will be coming up again this Friday. But Gordy said, hey, Steve, wanted to say hello and thank you again for the new headset. They did contact me, and it should be arriving soon. I will, of course, give you my review after I wear it for a while. I remember when I was younger, my father would listen to your father, as he did news years ago, I believe, on WUBE. Yeah, my father kept a base unit in the house, and he was always on the CBE. He went by the professor. I'll be 57 this September. I've been listening to you for a long time. I know a lot of us feeder drivers here at UPS tune in because I'm always finishing early at work. Our union steward gave me the name Go Gordy. Anyway, just wanted to kind of introduce myself, say hello. I'm off Sundays and Mondays. I start my local route 3:30 in the afternoon and out there till 3 o'clock in the morning. But thank you so much again for getting back on the airwaves. And, well, we have to thank our friends at Hot Shot Secret for that. And, by the way, for our giveaway coming up Friday, second place, which is still a very good prize, is the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Then I got one right at the tail end of the show yesterday morning that I did not get a chance to share. The headline says, "Hello from Costa Rica." I thought, what? "I'm thrilled to see you have a special new gig. I'll continue to watch and listen from my surf camp way down here, Costa Rica. Keep up the great production value and best of luck always. Signed, Uncle G." You never know where they might be tuned in from, right? All right, 29 past the hour. Your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
There we go, back at it. Okay, underway, settling in on a Tuesday morning. From the email from Roxy. Steve, I'm writing on behalf of an 89-year-old lady who listened to you forever on your previous gig. She called in a number of times for some of the promotions, and she won some prizes. She's missed you much. Asked me to find out if you have a station to listen in on yet. She's not real good with Facebook or YouTube, so I'm just kind of wondering about an alternative place to listen live. Just hang in there. And tell her to hang in there. All other alternatives are coming, but yeah, we've got, right now it's just the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on Facebook and YouTube now, thanks to so many of you subscribing. And of course, as the case has been from day number 1, January the 11th, on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube pages. The app is in the works. A lot of people asking about the app. It's all coming. It all takes time, right? Patience, my friend, patience. All right, let's get to the calls here. And it says Big Hay. Big Hay. I know it's actually Big Ed. It's got to be.
Yeah, you got. I don't know how I got hay out of that.
Big Hay.
Yeah, well, hey, anyway, Steve, how you doing? I'm the first caller out of the box.
Are you with me?
I got to tell you, yes, sir, I'm with you. I've been with you, Steve. I've been listening. Really enjoy the various callers. Really enjoy Big Moose. It sounds like a guy you don't want to piss off.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's been listening for a long time, but I don't really remember him calling before we went on this new venture here.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, where have you been, Moose? Same thing with those beaver snitch.
Yeah.
I mean, scratcher. Where? Yeah. But you got everybody that calls in there. Great conversation of their points. But I enjoy it sitting back and listening to like Big Moose or Beaver Scratcher or Horse Feather or whoever. But I really like these new guys, and so that's why I just, like last night I was listening. I wanted to chime in. I thought, no, I'm just going to hold back. But I got to tell you, Steve, your show's dangerous. It's because, I'm driving along there just like tonight. Is there a what if with this mask mandate? Because there ain't nothing to gulls me to no end. It makes me want to get out and whoop somebody's ass if somebody tells them they got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do that. Now, that's Big Brother talking to you. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Ed. I mean, we're nearly a year into this thing now, because it all started right about this time a year ago over in China, as we know. But do you recall, as we headed into the spring and early summer, when these mask mandates were popping up in different regions around the country, and even some of the retailers, some of the like Target stores and whatnot, people were actually getting into physical fights, altercations, because they didn't want to be told what to do. And some of them were saying, don't confront people. I mean, if they're not going to wear a mask, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. So here comes Joe Biden that makes it a mandatory on certain properties and whatnot. But I don't know. There's a lot of people like you.
To me, that's worse. Steve, I'm a decent neighbor. I'm a decent community citizen. So with everything, when this all started coming out, if I went to someplace and that was their rule, that was their house, I was an invited guest. If I went into the store or truck stop or the restaurant or whatever, if that was their rules, I complied because therefore I'm an invited guest.
That is correct.
So
yes,
I didn't have no issues with wearing that mask. But now, when the government, Big Brother, starts saying, you got to wear that mask or else, now you're pissing me off.
Yeah.
Now, I'm smart enough to know that I go into a receivership or wherever, that's their rule. Everywhere you go out here, they've got rules. They want you to wear that mask. Or they're not going to load you. They're not going to let you come onto their dock or into their their shipping office or receiving office. And that's their right, for their own safety and my safety as well. So I don't have issues with that. But I start having issues that the government thinks I'm such a stinking, small-minded idiot kid that I've got to be told, you are going to wear that mask or else. So I want to know from the government, what's the or else?
Yeah, the or else, yeah.
But I'm like Big Moose. You're going to only push me so far. No, I didn't go to Washington, D.C. There's no way I'll ever be convinced that those people that went into that Capitol were true President Trump, Republican conservative supporters. I will not ever believe it. They were agitators. It was once they realized, because President Trump was calling for people to be there the 6th a month before. Am I correct?
Right.
So those agitators, they got all their goodie bags and thought, hey, here's our opportunity to go up there and make these conservatives look bad. And that's exactly what the hell happened. That's just the way I see it.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I think there may have been a kind of a mix of the two. As I mentioned a few nights ago, I did come across that there was a video where Alex Jones, he's been at protests everywhere, conspiracy theories for many, many years, but he's got a big following and a lot of ardent Trump supporters. But he was out there with his megaphone that day, and let's march down there, let's march to the Capitol. And some of the guys and gals that were with him were actually shouting out, every damn one of us should be up there busting those doors down and dragging them out one by one, talking about dragging out members of Congress. So, I mean, agitators, I guess, they would have to be considered some of the strongest extreme right wings.
Yes, that's it. And how many, I don't know if we could ever come up with a number, how many of those people, I mean, are we talking millions and millions and millions of far right-wing people? Maybe what, 50,000?
Just the fringe element. I guess to some extent we could say the same thing about those who were trying to peacefully protest over the summer months. And you had, those that wanted to get out there and loot and riot and burn. That was not a depiction of everyone that was trying to participate in those protests.
Right, and and that's why when I hear people running down the BLM movement, the leadership of the BLM movement, the true people that want change, weren't the ones out there trying to burn down the city. I'll never be convinced that that's what they was about.
Exactly.
Therefore, I don't sit and pound around on the BLM movement. All right. It was just like earlier today on a hometown news post, they were talking about people visiting restaurants that are owned by black people. And I just piped in, well, when in October, when I was broke down out there in Oakland, California, when I was waiting on the unit to be fixed, I was walking around the neighborhood. I was hungry. Guess what I come across? I come across the BLM restaurant, clearly marked BLM. I went in there, sat down and eat. Never felt no animosity. Never felt no hostility.
Mm-hmm.
It was black people owned. They were waitresses. They were professional in their conduct. So, I got the food was good. And then this punk mouths off on my comments. I hope you like spit in your food. That's when I want to reach through social media and just hit somebody dead square in their liver lips. I just want to smack him, sucker.
All right.
Because, that's hate. I said, come on, guys, enough of the hate. I was just making a comment. I'm sick of the hate. So when then I hear that the leadership of the Democratic Party or some of their agitators think people like you and me and a lot of your callers that we need to be reprogrammed our way of thinking, that's threatening. I'm not an enemy of this country, Steve. No more than I think a black person that's wanting change in their community is an enemy of mine. And whether you, I, or a lot of these callers like it, our young people, and I say it again, our young people are going to change, and they're going to change this country. Now, we'll probably, and we're seeing it happen before our own very eyes. All we can do is try to educate the young people in our families of the ills of some of the directions that they're wanting to follow or go.
Yeah.
And that's all we can do. But it's coming to the point now, all of a sudden, I feel like I'm living in a stinking, filthy communist country, Steve, when I hear what the things you just read. That is communism at its worst. So now am I supposed to pick up the phone if I don't see Big Moose wearing a mask? Hey, we got this kook out here. He's not wearing a damn mask.
All right.
Am I supposed to do that?
Drop a dime. Snitch.
That's people that we don't need that. By God, we don't need it, Steve. And I'm going to tell you one more time. And really, I was thinking about this last night when I was listening to Big Moose talk. I'm fearful of the leadership that we got in this country, not but what they can do to me, but what our enemy's going to do to this damn country, because they see the weak-minded, sissified, ass-kissing, hugging people that's running this damn country today. Are you with me on that point?
I got you. I mean, yeah.
What they're going to do to us as a whole is not going to be pretty. So with people like Big Moose out there, you think, God, okay, if this happens, what are we going to do? We're going to have the leadership to lead us through it, or are we just going to cave and fold up and lose everything? That's what's frightening. I'm not scared of them people. I'm scared of our enemy, what they're going to do to us because of these people.
Yeah, right.
And they'll pay the price too, and the people that follow them will too. Steve, I don't know. I just lit a fire under me, and I appreciate you letting me talk. It's just,
well, we know for certain.
I'm not a doomsayer.
China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, they're all watching very closely right now. And they're all going to be testing the waters. Let's see what we can get away with. How far can we push this guy?
Oh, my God. Good Lord, Steve, you're right on the top of it. And before this year, this 2021, we are going to be tested to the max by these people. These people, I mean, do you feel that our country is in a very weak state?
It's a lot weaker now than it was a month ago. That's what I would say. And then I believe foreign leaders see us as a weaker country than we were. And Donald Trump did not pull any punches. They all knew exactly how the man would respond if actions have a reaction. They don't really know at this point. We can just hope and pray that those in the leadership positions, as far as the military and whatnot, give the correct advice and don't let Joe send weak signals.
Steve, he is. Every time I see him on a news feed, I cringe. I'm thinking, my God, what are people missing here? This man, and I'm not saying it to put him down. He has mental health issues, and who do we got that's going to step into his role? Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And we know not a damn thing about this lady. We are in trouble from the leadership standpoint of our country for what our enemies of this country are going to do to all of us as a whole, the citizens of this country, Democrat, Republicans, conservative, and liberal alike. We're going to pay a price. And when that happens, then the big question comes, are you going to stand up and defend your country? That's coming. Steve. Thank you. God bless.
All right. Hey, Ed, do you have an email? Do you ever sent me an email? I don't know if you're in my news system. I got a message from Moose, and Moose wants me to give you his number. He wants to chat with you. So if you can send me a message or whatever, so I can send you his number. Okay.
Tell him I'll definitely get her done. It'll probably be sometime tomorrow, but I will get it done.
All right.
Moose, I will look forward to talking to him.
I could only imagine what that conversation would be like. Boy, oh boy, get you two guys stirred
I
up.
love that guy. He's my new hero.
Look out. All right, Big Ed, thank you so much. Have a good night. There you go. Yeah, Big Ed and the Moose. That would be. It's 844-844-3388 as we make our way into the early hours of a Tuesday here. What's going on, Double R?
Not a whole lot, my friend. How you doing?
Doing well.
I'm sitting here laughing at Ed. I love him to death. Yeah, he sat there and said liver lip, man, and I was drinking my coffee, and I couldn't handle it. So, hey, I just called in. I agree with what Ed's talking about. First of all, Nita and I, we don't wear our mask when we're going down the road. I mean, that's dumb. And when we park at night, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Tell my wife, hey, put your mask on,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Right, right.
No.
But are they actually
But,
expecting team drivers to wear a mask? Is that what they're expecting?
I have not on my side. I have not seen people pressuring it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Now when it's like Ed said, when we go in truck stops and stuff like that,
Right. Sure.
we're invited. You know, yes, we will. And when we deal with the customers on delivering cars and stuff like that, yes, we do. And that's they passed that on our company policy that we have to have masks and plastic them gloves on, you know, and all that stupid crap. But yeah, but other than that, no, I have not seen any. In fact, going up and down the road, I don't hardly see anybody wearing a mask except the foreigners in the trucks by themselves with a mask on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm thinking, oh my God, you know. So, hey, and another thing, real quick, I want to tell Ranger, thank you for answering that question I had last night. I tried to send you a text while you had him on the phone, but it didn't go through. But I just wanted to thank him. I did not know that Guantanamo is under the same jurisdictions as, you know, the way he explained it. And it was all new to me. But y'all get a lot of snow there?
Not bad. It's more of a nuisance. You know, we got like a half inch last night. We got another half inch this past evening. It's pretty much done now. Roads got slick a little bit yesterday morning, and a little slick in places tonight, bridges and overpasses. But you know, all said and done from this whole thing, we got maybe 2-3 inches total. So we got lucky.
Okay. Yeah. We after I got off the phone with you, I stopped in Dalton, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And we woke up this morning, they had snow on the ground. They got a dusting. And it wasn't a whole lot, but I just kind of thought that was different, you know. And I told Anita, I said, my God, hon, we've spent all last week on the West Coast, coming across the north on 80. We've been in this crap. Are we going to get away from it? You know? And we're down here. I'm down here in Brunswick, Georgia now, 44 degrees. The wind's blowing pretty fair. But other than that, I'm out here listening to you, my friend.
All right. Always good to have you. I know the princess was talking to her mom earlier down there in Flintstone, and she was saying that they had some snow showers and flurries off and on through the day, but there's nothing really laying on the ground. But I guess it was a pretty sight to see. They don't see a lot of that.
Oh, yeah. No, they don't. They don't get a lot of that. But, hey, real quick before we disconnect, for me to get online, to get a hold of either Kyle or Chris to order some of that product, is it hotshotsecret.com, and that will put me into where I can order, or
Yeah,
is there a
absolutely.
phone number or something?
Hotshotsecret.com. Hell, I could pull up the number. I'm sure they've got a toll-free number to order. I should have that memorized too, like I have so many other things memorized. Over the years,
you got enough to memorize, Steve. So, okay.
I'll pull that up for you. All right. I'm trying to type
All
and
right,
speak at the same time. I'm not real good at multitasking, typing and speaking at the same time. All right, I'm looking here. Hot Shot Secret. The front page of the website says 800-341-6516.
All right. And then when I get a hold of somebody, just let them know that I listen to the Steve Sommers.
Yeah, it's Overnight Drive. I mean, if you just wanted to order online, you type in Overnight Drive at checkout. I guess the operator can punch in your code for you, Overnight Drive, and let them know you're a veteran. All right, because veterans get that extra 10%.
Sounds great.
I mean, you're the criteria, veteran and CDL holder. I mean, either one gets you that 10% off. So, yep.
Right.
All right, very good.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot, and I'm probably gonna be up most of the night. I'm just sitting here not doing nothing, drinking a cup of coffee, and I was laughing my butt off listening to Ed. And anyhow, you have a good evening, my friend, and we'll stay in touch with you. And if I find out something worth calling you back and talking to you, I'll give you a jingle.
Very good. All right. Thank you so much for checking in. Y'all be safe out there. Bring back some of that warmer weather from the south when you come back. All right, yeah. So I got number for a Hot Shot Secret, and I do believe they've got like we have our automated answering thing. They've got a service, an answering service. I think you can place an order at any time. 800-341-6516. Let me see here from the email bag. I think I had one other. Yeah, Steve. I run Team. My co-driver had COVID in late December. I don't know if I've had it or not, if at all last year. Masks, in my opinion, don't work. We all know the droplets are smaller. I guess the virus itself. The virus is smaller than sheetrock dust. These masks won't protect you from dust until I see a scientific study that says otherwise. I say the government and the CDC can kiss my, even N95 masks will not stop all sheetrock dust. So, okay, there you go. And we got time for one more before we take a break there at the top of the hour. I think Army's on the line, if I can find the right button here. What's happening this morning, Army?
Oh, greetings and salivations.
Okay.
So I don't know if you caught this or whatnot earlier, but President Magoo said he's going to have 300 vaccines available by late summer. I don't know. That's kind of an insult to Jim Backus, isn't it?
300 was it a misspeak? He meant 300 million. Is that what he meant?
I don't know what he meant. He said 300.
Okay.
He said 300 vaccines.
Okay. Oh, 300. Okay.
What do you want? It's President Magoo. I mean, like I said, it's almost an insult to Jim Backus, but this guy, he's Mr. Magoo.
That's funny.
I'm trying to, whatever. He's an idiot, dude. Ugh. Oh, it was great to hear Big Ed. I haven't heard him twisted up like that in quite some time. My goodness. It's been, 15 years since I've heard him twisted up like that.
He's getting a little wound up tonight. You're right about that.
Yeah, calm down, Ed. You don't want to get your blood pressure up, man. We love you. We want you to hang around. And as far as masking, I got COPD. The VA diagnosed me like I don't know, a year or two ago with COPD. So I've looked it up. It says I don't have to wear a mask. I don't wear one in my truck. Come on, I'm by myself in my truck with my Chihuahua. You think I'm going to wear a mask?
Right.
Ugh.
Exactly.
But if somebody harshes me out at a truck stop and I tell them, look, I got COPD, stay away from me, you know. I'll wear a mask if you force me to, but if I have a choice, I got COPD, man. I can't put a mask on. I won't be able to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like standing there like, look, I'm a poster child for oxygen deprivation. I'm sitting here turning blue while I'm standing here talking to you. You know, so I don't know, man. I try and stay away from all that. And yeah, you brought my name up earlier. I thought you brought my name up earlier, so I thought I better call in. I listened last night, but I only ran till like 3 a.m. So I was like, I wanted to go to bed.
All right.
But yeah, I've been listening the past couple of nights. I've just been lurking.
Just lurking out there. Well, a lot of people do that. Well, thanks for chiming in. You always appreciate your 2 cents worth, and don't be a stranger. Army, There you go. All right, we'll get a quick break in here. Cue Ball going to be checking in. We'll get to the Chevy guy and room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back for round number 2. All right, rolling into a Tuesday. Groundhog Day. Will he see his shadow? It's all for fun, I know. It's fun and games. 6 more weeks of winter, or will we see an early spring? Now, this is the day when millions of people break out the old DVD, or I guess nowadays most of them go to Netflix, right? Bill Murray's Groundhog Day. What a great movie that was. All right, traveler's weather. A new storm is going to be bringing yet a host of hazards as it crosses the country. And at the same time, it is going to pave the way for quite the Arctic blast for the central portions of the country. This system is going to trigger snow and blizzard conditions on the northern edge, rain and localized severe thunderstorms to the south late this week. A very busy pattern we've been under. Parts of the same storm that unleashed our drenching coastal rain and heavy mountain snow in the northwest last weekend pushes inland across the Rockies starting later on tonight into the day Wednesday. As that storm system shifts eastward, it's forecast to drop snow over the interior west, ranging from a few inches to a foot in parts of Idaho, Montana, Utah, Wyoming, and Colorado. As the storm pushes east of the Rockies, that's when forecasters expect it's going to strengthen and cause a slew of different hazards as it does. A developing cold front associated with this storm is going to produce drenching rain across portions of the mid-Mississippi Valley Wednesday into Thursday. That area of heavy rain will continue spreading eastward Thursday and Thursday night. Now, where the rain falls over areas with snow cover on the ground, from perhaps as far west as, say, southern Iowa, to the northern and central portions of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, to possibly the southern tier of Michigan and southwestern Pennsylvania, maybe portions of West Virginia, you'll see that risk of urban flooding from fast melting snow. We're going to see milder, moist air flowing over snow cover and the cold ground, which that translates into extensive thick fog, foggy conditions that could add to your travel woes and reduced visibility, as has been the case with most storms Since back in mid-January, locally heavy and gusty thunderstorms will likely erupt in the warm sector of this system. Forecasters are going to be monitoring the potential for isolated severe thunderstorms in portions of the Mississippi, Tennessee, and even Ohio valleys as this storm progresses eastward Thursday and Thursday night. On the colder northern side of the storm, snow's forecast to fall and cause some headaches for motorists. Parts of Minnesota, northern Iowa, eastward into Wisconsin, central and northern Michigan. We'll be looking for light to moderate amounts of snow, and that's going to overlap some areas that were hit with moderate to heavy snow from this past weekend storm and over the last couple of days. Obviously impacting travel on some of our major interstates, 80, 90, 94. Several hundred miles of these interstates will be affected by the storm's wintry conditions, they tell us. Snowfall totals generally limited to several inches due to the steady, fast-forward movement with this particular storm, unlike the current storm that's been pounding the Northeast. Now, Minneapolis, you're on the list of cities that may pick up enough snow to break out the shovels and plow from this storm on Thursday. There will be a zone of 6 to 12 inches again that currently extends from the arrowhead of Minnesota eastward into northern Michigan. No doubt Lake Superior is going to enhance the snow in parts of the upper Midwest where the lake effect snow ramps up on Friday. Locally, could be talking 30 inches through the afternoon hours. Chicago, snow or maybe a wintry mix forecast to occur during the first part of the storm. You'll see slippery travel on Thursday. Following that, a brief period of rain Thursday evening. That's going to make for slushy conditions. But as the storm intensifies, the circulation around the center is going to generate gusty winds. Those winds will cause blowing and drifting snow around the Great Lakes. All right, so we could be talking near blizzard conditions in parts of Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, maybe portions of the Dakotas and even Nebraska. Ground blizzards, as they call them. Ground blizzards can occur even where there's very little snow on the ground. But that strengthening storm ushers in waves of Arctic air that are going to push in much deeper into the southeast and the plains and the eastern slopes of the Rockies, starting Thursday, reaching the Mississippi Valley Friday and through the weekend. It's going to make it cold enough. This is going to be one of those bitter shots. Make it cold enough to be painful to be outdoors. The risk of frostbite, hypothermia, if you're not properly dressed. The first wave will drop temperatures by 15 to 20 degrees. So Wednesday to Thursday over the northern and central plains, Thursday to Friday for the southern plains and the Midwest. Then that second surge of Arctic air follows 36 to 48 hours later. And this one may rival the coldest air of the season so far. It's going to be advancing deep into the south central states and across the eastern third of the nation. One example here, after a high near 40 degrees Wednesday in Des Moines, Iowa, temperatures fall into the 20s on Thursday, following a high in the low to mid-20s on Friday. Highs both days next weekend are projected to be in the single digits, wind chills possibly below zero. So temperature are even forecast to dip several degrees below zero in central Iowa at night this weekend and into early next week. So get prepared. A little bit of a warm surge followed by the return of return of old man winter. All right, what Army was talking about before we hit the top of the hour a few minutes ago there. I'm looking at the headline from the state news. President Biden plans to purchase another 200 million doses of COVID vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna, which should give the U.S. enough to fully vaccinate 300 million Americans by the end of summer 2021. They'll also increase the number of vaccines being shipped on a weekly basis, going out to the states from, it's 8.6 million right now. That's supposed to be bumped up to 10 million. All right. What else did we see? Both Biden and his advisors have warned for weeks that the supply constraints are one of the biggest obstacles in vaccinating a large number of Americans. I wish I could tell you there's plenty of vaccine and we can fill all those endless amounts of appointments, but we can't. It's going to take us months to have enough supply. That's Dave Kessler, Biden's top vaccine expert last week. Anyway, the Biden administration said they're working to purchase an additional 100 million doses from each of the vaccine manufacturers. Again, Pfizer and Moderna. It's not immediately clear whether the Biden team had new negotiations to purchase additional doses. The belief is they just piggybacked off the earlier negotiations with the Trump administration. The contracts penned by the Trump administration with Pfizer and Moderna both included the option for the United States to purchase additional doses of vaccine. They tell us the Pfizer contract allowed us to purchase an additional 400 million vaccine doses. The Moderna contract allows the U.S. to purchase an additional 300 million doses. So there you go. All right, Joe had a plan, right? With that, it's 844-844-3388. And what's happening this morning? Cue Ball, hey there.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
You know, the thing he was talking about wasn't so much what Biden was saying, was what Biden sounded like when he was saying it, because it was kind of like the thing by the was the radio heavy rotation, 300 vaccines. I mean 300 million. It was literally like that. I mean, I can't even stumble on purpose that bad.
Wow.
That's you got to listen to the audio. It's insane. Anyways, I wanted to call a little about this January 6th thing, but also the whole thing with the mask. Let me start by telling a small story here real fast. I'll tie it all in at once. I promise.
Mm-hmm.
Back in August, I got sick. I had a fever. Jen got sick. She had a fever about a day or two after me. About low-grade fever, about 9900 degrees. Nothing that was something I couldn't deal with, but was annoying just in the fact that, I couldn't go to my shop and work as much as I would like. It just, 3-4 hours, I was whooped, went back home. My son, 16 years old at that time, never even got the sniffles. Well, not that long after, everybody gave blood. Everybody gets the antibody test. Turns out everybody had COVID. That's what that was when we got sick. Because in addition, I didn't get the loss of taste no more than the normal cold gives me the loss of taste. Jen said it was very freaky, like she could literally taste nothing. Like a steak, a cup of coffee, a cigarette, all tasted like nothing. It was terrible. That was the worst bit of it. So that's when COVID ran through my household. Between Christmas and New Year's, the family and I went out to Hawaii. Now, during that time, or as of now, I forget when they started it, but the whole process to go to Hawaii without having to sit for 14 days in your hotel room when you get there is you have to take a COVID test prior to going to Hawaii. Within 72 hours of the last departing flight, leaving the mainland of the United States going to Hawaii, within 72 hours. In the state of Wisconsin, there are only 2, and I literally mean 2. Not 3, that would have been nice. Only 2 places that give you a rapid enough test that's within the 72 hours of getting on an airplane, and one that the state of Hawaii will accept. So we wound up going down to the worst part of Milwaukee possible which is about a 2-hour one-way drive, so about 4 to 5 hours in a car. Wound up going to a part of Milwaukee where you should not be driving a black Mercedes without a pistol. Took our COVID test and went home. Got the results within about 2-3 hours. Had the email sent, printed them out, good to go. Went to Hawaii. Funny thing was, you're sitting in this airplane, this gigantic 777. By the way, don't let that fool you. Just because the plane is gigantic, don't mean there's any room on that puppy. You're actually better off in a much, much smaller plane. You got more room because you just got a lot of seats in that plane, my point is. The funny thing is, after wearing the damn mask for hours and hours, and we're talking like 8-9 hours total,
yeah,
you get landed in Hawaii, and they're real careful. They're gonna follow social distancing rules as you're getting off the plane. You know, the same plane you've been rubbing elbows with like 100 people for the last 7 hours. But apparently you're not going to get COVID in that. It's walking down the gate to get to the airport that's going to get you if you're within 6 feet of somebody. Let alone the fact you've been rubbing elbows with perfect strangers, like I said. So the whole thing's a friggin' joke. Now, Hawaii is a weird thing in and of itself. That state's not suicidal. It has no economy. None. Other than the military that's there, there's nothing there. So they need tourism opened as bad as possible. Again, they're not suicidal. They're not like New York or California. They are literally out there all by themselves.
Wow.
So as far as the masks go, like I said, they're making these vaccines because you're supposed to be immune to this thing once you get it or once you get the vaccination. So why in the world is somebody who's documented as having COVID in the past and is now immune to it, so that the experts say? That's what the vaccine's about. If you weren't going to be immune from it, there would be no vaccine. There would be no purpose for this vaccine. Or people that are vaccinated, why in the world are we made to be jumping these hoops? Look, as far as the mask is concerned, I'm done. I am done. If you're gonna make a scene telling me to wear my mask, whatever you need to do, do it. And I'm not gonna make a big scene, but I'll make you tell me to put it on first. But when you do, like at the Popeyes in Indiana, don't touch your mask and then touch my food without washing your hands, because you're gonna go wash your hands. And every time you touch your mask, believe me, I saw it when you turn around. And, oh, you didn't touch my mask, I just turned around. Trust me, that's not a smart move. I'm over it. You notice these people, you go into the stores, they're wearing them around their neck, then you walk up to them, and they don't put the mask on. Okay, great. You just touched your moist, germy, if the virus is around, it's caked all over that mask, and now you're going to touch everything that I'm going to touch. Go pay cash for something. It's even funnier. They got the little cash bucket. Put the money in the basket. Okay, then they pick up the money and put it in the register. Take the money for the change out of the register, put it in the bucket, then slide it over to you. Just hand me the damn money. This little bucket brigade thing's a waste of time. It literally just feels like they're just messing with you. Let me just be something else.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally like they're just messing with you to see how far they can push. Look, it's real simple. Until we start making these people make us wear the mask, it's not going to stop. It's called civil disobedience. It's worked in the past. It'll work here, too. It's real simple. I've just had absolutely enough of this madness. Now, January 6th. January 6th started in a weird way because I know a couple people that went down there, but were not ones that went into the building. But I'll take their witness accounts as to what they saw and what happened because I don't know these people to lie to me. Now, we all know this also goes back to the mask. Did anybody see the footage that Tucker's been playing the last handful of days of the guy with the Viking horns on his head? And then there's the guy laying on the same video. There's the guy laying in front of the podium because apparently he got shot with a couple of rubber bullets and he's over there laying licking his wounds.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this one cop in there, and the cop is more worried about whether he's got his mask on his face than whether he's going to deal with these people trespassing in the Senate chamber or the House chamber, whichever one it was, I forget. He's more worried about the damn mask. He ain't doing his job.
Right.
This is a uniformed armed police officer. And the only thing he's sweating is whether he's got that damn mask on his face. Now, to me, that tells me, something quite ain't right there. Everybody's seen the video of the police opening the barricades and letting people in. So, but there were a lot of patriots that went in behind everybody else that started going in there. That lady, Ashley Babbitt, the 14-year Air Force veteran that was shot and killed in the Capitol building. That was not Antifa.
Mm-hmm.
That was a 14-year Air Force veteran. She literally died laying on a Trump flag. That's not Antifa, guys.
Yep.
But a lot of Trump supporters did go in to follow. Here's the other thing from people who I knew that were there. When they started gassing the crowd, they started lobbing, at least these two people tell me, they started lobbing the tear gas, not at the front line where the gate was. They started lobbing the gas over the front of the line, almost like they were trying to herd from where the gas landed forward in. In other words, they weren't trying to push the front lines back. They're trying to push the front lines forward using the gas.
Very interesting. Yeah, because if you got the gas and you're toward the front and it's you're not going to turn around and go into it, right? You're trying to get away from it.
Right, you're going to leave the gas. So the safest place to get away from the gas is over the fence, but not in the building. They were herding them in. Now, I'm trying to figure out what that was. I don't want to compare it to the Reichstag fire, but it's starting to feel that way.
Yeah.
But now when we got our troops over there, we got some active duty guys, mostly National Guard, but we do have some active duty over there. I don't know how I feel about that. We learned look, anybody seen the movie, Olympus Has Fallen, all the other Fallen movies?
Right.
They proved that it doesn't take a big coordinated event like you saw in the movies to take down a Capitol building. So, yeah, believe me, China, North Korea, Russia, believe me, they were paying attention. If they weren't part of it, they seen it. They watched, and they learned intently. So it's a little frightening to think that building was completely unprotected. And I do believe that was an inside job to allow the people in. The video speaks, volumes to that. But I do think some level of protection is required. But I'm not really 100% sure on if they're going too far or you follow what I'm saying. The building was unprotected. That was obvious.
Right.
But now I think it's like did we swing the pendulum too far? And now, can it be fixed or is it going to be like a fortress forever? What's the end game there? I'm really not sure.
I know that I know they want the 7,000. I think 7,000 National Guard to stay there. I think they're saying till the end of March at this point in time.
Well, maybe so. I do. Like I said, I do believe they obviously need to revamp security over there because, God forbid, at this point, you had Antifa, as far as I'm concerned, roll up in there. Whether it's DCPD or the Capitol Police, I don't know, one cop from the other over there. I guess it's like 3 or 4 different departments that apparently did absolutely nothing except worry about their masks.
Mm-hmm.
You obviously don't want a foreign enemy to figure out a way to do actual harm rather than just, take pictures behind the podium with your Chewbacca mask on. But, you don't want anything really bad to happen. But all at the same time, what's the end game there? And I'm wondering, I just have this real bad feeling that we're getting let down a very bad path right there. I just don't know what their end game is. But you really definitely got to watch because this whole domestic terrorism thing, we've been saying for a long time after 9/11, we lost a lot of freedoms then and nobody wanted to say spit about it then.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays we live with the constant travel bans. We do it just because of the weather. All the different COVID restrictions, on and on and on and on. I mean, it's been a slippery slope for a long time, guys. So I don't know where it ends. I don't know. But I will tell you this: if you think that our enemies aren't paying attention, you got another thing coming. They absolutely are.
Absolutely.
And I think they played us for a fool.
Yep.
And they're weakening us up. Look, it's like the old joke with the turkey, right? Like, you fatten up the turkey right before Thanksgiving, you lop his head off, right? Right now, we're just getting softened up. I think we're just getting softened up. Don't forget, when 9/11 happened, how many planes were available to actually shoot down anything? That'd be none.
It took
There's interviews at
It took a little bit of time. Yep, they were scrambling, but
And the planes they scrambled were unarmed. They had to descend on the wing of the plane if they were to actually take down a plane. Nothing was able to be armed on 9/11. Then look at the Capitol. Tell me again we're prepared for something coming from foreign shores. I'm told we are. I don't believe it because I've seen it with my own eyes. It's not actually true. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But so far, my eyes, I don't know my eyes to lie to me yet.
There you go.
Look at the history.
Yep.
Look at the history. Have a nice night.
Good to hear from you, Q-Ball. All right. That frees up another line. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I shared a clip several days ago. In just the first few days, under the new administration, the White House press secretary, it seems like over and over, she's asked a question, she doesn't have an answer, and she says, I'll have to circle back on that. That's a great question, but I'll circle back. I'll circle back. It's the clip. It's just over and over responding to varying questions from the media. In other words, she doesn't have answers for an awful lot of questions. Now, according to the report from the Daily Beast, if you're a reporter with a tough question for the White House press secretary, Joe Biden's staff wouldn't mind knowing about it in advance. According to 3 sources with knowledge of the matter, as well as written communication reviewed by the Daily Beast, the new president's communication staff have already on occasion probed reporters to see what questions they're planning to ask the new White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, when she's holding these briefings. Those requests prompted concerns among the White House press corps, whose members, like many reporters, are kind of sensitive to the perception that they're coordinating with political communication staffers. One reporter raised the issue during an informal White House Correspondents Association Zoom call this past Friday. According to multiple sources, leaders at the meeting advised print reporters to push back against requests by the White House press team to get questions in advance or simply to not respond to the team's inquiries. While it's a relief to see briefings return, particularly with a commitment to factual information, the press can't really do its job in the briefing room if the White House is picking and choosing all the questions they want. So said the correspondent. That is not free press at all. It pissed off enough reporters for people to flag it for the White House Communications Association, for them to deal with it. The WHCA Zoom call was apparently off the record. Staffers participated in the talk, though, and those staffers had no input into this story whatsoever. They said the reporter who wrote this story was not bound by the terms of that call's agreement, which, again, was be off the record. All the information in this article, they say, was independently gathered and without his colleagues' knowledge. Now, since Biden took office 2 weeks ago, the press team has visibly attempted to draw contrast with the Trump press team, which had a very antagonistic relationship with reporters and eventually led to scrapping the traditional daily briefing altogether. I mean, on any given day. First of all, I forget the name of the first guy. He stepped out. Then Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who did a great job in handling the mainstream media, who was constantly trying to blindside her, but she put him in her place day after day after day. And that last Kelly McEnany was doing a great job as the final secretary handling the media, but it's a whole different game when it comes to questions for the Biden team. More like the softballs. Here's an easy question. All right, our number 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Tuesday. Great to have you with us. Lines available. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So they tell us we actually we hit a milestone on Monday, which is in regards to the pandemic. They tell us more Americans have received at least one dose of the COVID vaccine than have tested positive for the virus. That's an early but hopeful milestone in a race to the end of the pandemic. So what are the numbers? As of Monday afternoon, 26.5 million Americans have received either one or both doses of their vaccine. Since the first patient tested positive outside of Seattle a year ago, 26.2 million people have tested positive for COVID. Now, we've been administering shots at a faster daily rate than any other country in the world at this point, they tell us. I mean, so we're not doing so bad. About 1.35 million doses are being administered on a daily basis right now. While the rollout was rough in the early days and in the weeks that have followed, almost 7.8% of Americans have got one or more doses. 1.8% of the population is fully vaccinated. Now, it's worth noting, they say, for the first time, the data said that more people were vaccinated than were reported as newly diagnosed cases. That's worth celebrating. We're all in for a win. There's only a few other countries that have crossed that milestone. They say Israel, the UK, and the United Arab Emirates actually beat the U.S. to more vaccinations than cases, line of days, and several weeks ago. But after what turned out there was indeed a bit of a holiday surge here in the U.S., according to the CDC, they're calling the top. It's likely because of behavioral changes and the numbers leveling off. Probably not widespread impacts from the vaccine. I mean, realistically, 1.8% of the population. New cases, hospitalizations, emergency department visits are all starting to decline, which is encouraging. But at the same time, we stress that the numbers nationally are still high, and they're as high as they've been at any point in the pandemic in some areas. So. They said, okay, so put it like this. If this pandemic were a stock, we might be wanting to sell. And it's still possible for this virus to come roaring back, especially with these new variants that are now surfacing. In particular, you've got the South African mutation. If that takes hold, studies suggest vaccines, particularly the newer shots from Johnson & Johnson and Novavax, are very much less potent against that strain. And at least one other. I think that was the UK strain, that it was less effective on that as well. But okay, we'll get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. What's going on this morning, Chevy Guy?
Not much, I guess, and then again, a lot. Thank you for letting me run the front door for a short. There was something last Friday, a drug runner said, that sort of got me. He explained why he was not currently driving, but what he got me, he said he was a former truck driver. No, you're a trucker, you're a trucker. You know how to do the job. If you're took out of this line of work not by your choice, your health, or an accident, you're still a trucker. You're still included in this club. And, man, you're included, man. What happened to you can happen to any of us out here. And just wanted to tell him this, appreciating listening and being a part. And, getting hit in the rear end and being shoved in a ravine, it wasn't your choice. So we appreciate you, and you're still a member of the club, so to speak. The other thing you've been talking about, I don't quite understand. If you're going down the road and your wife's sitting over next to you, they can stop you. You're saying they can stop you if you're not both of you wearing a mask. Is that what they're saying?
I've kind of been questioning, is that the case? I don't know that anyone, is there any law enforcement that would actually do that? I mean, but the CDC guidance.
Hey, Steve, I'll be honest with you. This new breed of DOT, what I've seen, and remember my sister, my son, and my grandson he's back from Afghanistan currently. He went through the South Carolina, the state academy. He's a police officer. But don't say this in I don't have any hostility to law enforcement, but what I've seen with the DOT in different places, especially Georgia, never mind, it's amazing what they'll enforce. But I would actually think, if you got a man and a woman, I assume that they're having sex in that truck because they're married. So do you have to wear a mask while you're doing that? That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And then we're in this part here because we live in 2021, right? Correct. So if you see two men going down the road, you understand? You hear what I'm saying? I mean, that's sort of profiling. It ain't like these guys don't have anything else to do that you're going to start. but we did see that law enforcement officer last year drag that woman out. She was out in the bleachers, away from everybody, and they drug that woman out because she didn't wear a mask. It was, and that takes me to this other point. We've got to obey the law. When a law enforcement officer comes up to you, and I don't look for things to argue with Ed about, but dear Ed, please do not compare Donald Trump to anything that BLM did. It started with a young man that not only resisted the cop, they reached in the car to try to pull the gun away from the cop. He got shot. And if he was just trying to shoot black people, why didn't he shoot the little skinny fellow that was with him? I mean, it started out in a lie. The only thing in BLM that I can possibly step in with him is that young man up in Cleveland, the 13-year-old that was shot. By the time the cop car that got there, the door flopped open and he shot that one cop, rookie cop shot. He didn't have a chance to tell the boy to put the gun down. So I can go along with that. I still don't know what Freddie Gray, what he did wrong and why he was being drugged and screaming. You know, I don't know anything about that. I can go there. There's things I can look for here. They don't even mention about the black woman that the cops were around this apartment building in Texas, and a black woman opens up the door to allow the cops to come in, and she gets shot. You never hear anything about her. I'm sorry, but George Floyd, if he just don't even consider the money, the fake bill that everybody wants to make a deal out. When they approach the vehicle, he was high as a kite behind the wheel of a truck pickup. And that right there is, the cops don't have no choice but to arrest you if you're not capable to drive a truck. And so all this stuff, I'm sorry. The reason why I believe that there wasn't that much of an issue around the Capitol, because the megas, Trump supporters, have in the past and for all this time have proven to be not a rowdy crowd, not a threat. And I do believe that Antifa and BLM was in that crowd. They've already tied people in there. I do believe you've got some young megas that got carried away when the crowd moved in. And I like what Duval said. Yeah, you don't put I never thought of that, about the smoke bomb tear gas being in the crowd, pushing the crowd in. I seen the video where the guards were opening the gate. There's some things that don't make sense. But the fact is, if I was there, nobody would have got me past that line. I also remember there's video. The rope line was not knocked down. Everybody was staying in the rope line. I remember a video, and it said, the guy looks over to the Capitol Police and said, "We support you." No, you don't. His job is to keep you and keep that secure. So I'm sorry. If you supported the cops, you would have never went past that gate. If you went past that gate, you need to at least be charged with trespassing. And all them people did, when you went past that metal gate, all we did was stab the man that worked for 4 years like we've never seen anybody before. Now, I'm not a Donald Trump butt kisser, all right? I wanted Ted Cruz. I thought Donald Trump was a clown. I was wrong. I've never seen a time where a man actually worked, put his wealth at risk, and actually did what he promised he would do. Even one of the backstabbers that left his administration said he's just worried about getting reelected. You know what he was doing? He was trying to make sure he fulfilled every promise he made to the people that elected him. And they're not used to seeing that. They're not used to seeing people actually up there doing something for the and apparently we see the middle class and the lower middle class. But Ed, I love you, brother, and I enjoy hearing you. But please don't even tie Donald Trump supporters in with BLM, because it's all about, wrap a cop up in a blanket and fry him like bacon. I'm sorry, you just don't see that in the actual Trump supporters at all.
No.
So yeah,
fair enough.
The six really
I'll go with you on most of it. The only thing that I would kind of the George Floyd thing. Yeah, granted he was high as a kite, but the job of law enforcement is not to be the judge, jury, executioner, and to put a knee on the guy's neck for what was it, 7-8 minutes? Whatever the case. I think everyone I spoke to, even current law enforcement, former law enforcement, said protocol was not followed. If you're arresting someone, you get the handcuffs on them. You may have, knee on the neck, which shouldn't take more than 15, 20 seconds or whatever. But as soon as you get the cuffs on, you roll them over on their back and set them up. Sit there and shut up. That's not what unfolded there. So, all right. With that, what are we looking at? About 12 before the hour. The world famous is world famous. Hello, Cool Breeze.
Hello, Steve Reno. How you doing tonight?
I reckon you're checking in to tell me how many days it's till Christmas.
Wow, I had it on the tip of my tongue, and now I forgot it. I'm getting that Alzheimer's or Sometimers or something like that.
Yeah, old
I don't know why everybody's talking so bad about BLM. You know what that stands for, right?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
It's the Bureau of Land Management. Why are they knocking so bad on them? They're great people, They run around out in out in like in Arizona and New Mexico and Texas has got a lot of it. It's just wide open government land, and they make sure that people are abiding by the law out there.
Yeah.
And there's areas that you can go on government property, which is governed by Bureau of Land Management, and I was just reading up on one that it's near Quartzsite, which is right on the line between California and Arizona, right in there. And they actually tolerate. They're not there to enforce any kind of laws unless somebody's out there just tearing the land up or something. But they tolerate nudity in this one area, and there's a bunch of people that are out there camping right now. Like, hey, how you doing all out there? I'll just say hi to them in case somebody's listening. But they go out there in their RVs and everything, park out there in the middle of the desert, and they run around with no clothes on. And Bureau of Land Management, they don't enforce the nudity laws there. They tolerate it. And I believe that a lot of the national parks in the country, if you're far enough away from like the main areas, you have to be in an area that is not developed. In other words, you can't have picnic tables and fireplaces, stuff like that. It's got to be an undeveloped area. And then they leave you alone. They leave you alone. Leave it to me to figure something like that out, right, Steve?
I hear you. Right. Dance off, pants off guy.
Yep, that's me. That's me. And I think the show is still on, and I think there's actually video. I was on the second season, and it had Sissy Spacek was the host on that show, and I actually made a whole bunch of DVDs and was handing them out to people. I gave them to a couple people on one of the cruise send-offs that I was on. And what's that guy's name? Tiny. I think he's your cousin or something.
Tiny.
Well, he's a big guy. But I don't think he went by Tiny or something. I don't remember. He used to call in, but I haven't heard him call in recently. But he said he was your cousin or related to you somehow.
Okay.
But I gave him one of them, and that might have been the copy that you might have seen. Might have seen me on it. But I realized the other day I started fumbling around and looking for it, and I don't have any more copies left. So if anybody out there has got one of the copies that I did personally, I handed out about 20 of them, I think, and send it or get in touch with Steve. He'll tell you how to send it to me, and then put a couple of $100 bills. No, I'm not supposed to say that, right?
That was your one claim to fame, being on that. I can't get. Do you even remember what it was? It was a television, like an internet television channel, wasn't it?
No, it was on the expensive satellite. If you have satellite, you probably get the channel it was on was Fuse TV.
Fuse,
and
Fuse
they
TV.
aim for an audience. Go ahead, Steve.
I think I remember. I think I pulled up Fuse TV on the, and I watched a few episodes, like archived episodes, on the internet. So that's where I got to see it. That was pretty. It was kind of a funny. It was a funny show. All right. Well, thanks so much, Cool Breeze. What are we looking at here? So many have been saying. Some are already regretting their decision to put Joe Biden in the White House. And obviously many of those workers, pipeline workers, and apparently it's not only the Keystone XL pipeline. According to the report from Reuters, environmentalists and labor unions, those that threw their support behind Joe Biden, now find themselves on the opposite sides of a battle over the construction of big pipeline projects between Canada and the United States. There's more than just the Keystone. Did you know that? The United States is, at least for the moment, the world's largest producer of oil and gas. I wonder how long that's going to last. But Biden's administration to transition the U.S. economy towards a net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and what he had already done, his initial moves included, of course, canceling the Keystone pipeline and reducing oil and gas leasing. The reaction from Biden's supporters, however, illustrates the challenge of managing the impact of energy transition on different communities. Obviously, the climate activists celebrated the demise of the Keystone. Labor unions, reeling from the global oil downturn, are now mobilizing to keep ongoing projects from also being derailed. Mike Nicely, the secretary and treasurer of the Ohio State Building and Construction Trade Council, which endorsed Biden, said he's been leaning on state officials to talk to the president about his rapid-fire climate announcements and how it's affecting his union membership support. I tell them they need to get back with Biden and ask if this all really has to happen on day 2 of a new administration. I just get so frustrated. There's almost no common ground when it comes to pipelines and the environmental community. Of course, climate groups have been successful in recent years, persuading some big investors to reduce their holdings in the fossil fuel industries, lobbying the banks to shun any sort of investment in Arctic drilling. But Biden won the endorsement. He was endorsed by a number of key labor unions that work on pipelines and refineries and other energy installations, including the International Teamsters and North America's building trades. Those unions celebrated the victory of Joe Biden, a pro-labor president. But they're not at all happy now with the move on the Keystone, and now they're lining up against threats to other pipelines. Now, unlike the Keystone, there are 3 other lines that are currently in service. Environmentalists say Biden, he's with us. We're going to get the U.S. off fossil fuel, and we're going to stymie the imports of heavy crude from Canada's oil sands. So there are intensifying efforts to shut 3 other pipelines. There's what is known as Enbridge Incorporated Line 3, Enbridge Incorporated's Line 5, and Energy Transfer's Dakota Access Pipeline. Unlike the Keystone, these lines are all in service right now. The Enbridge line delivers crude oil and fuels from Canada The DAPL line sends crude from North Dakota to the Midwest and the Gulf Coast. Yeah, legal and regulatory battles are threatening all three of these pipelines, they tell us now. White House spokesman said the administration is reviewing a court decision last week that upheld orders for a lengthy environmental review of the DAPL line. He declined to comment on the two Enbridge pipelines. Enbridge is more than doubling Line 3's capacity to 760,000 barrels per day, a project supported by Minnesota's governor, who's actually a Democrat. To be sure, not all unions backed Biden. Philip Wallace, business representative for Pipeliners Union 798 in Minnesota, said his union, which supported Donald Trump, was very concerned that this new administration may try to stop the project. We've got full construction going right now in Minnesota. I'm worried this new administration may throw a monkey wrench in our gears. All right, Friday, environmental protesters halted construction on a Line 3 work site in Minnesota, locking themselves to each other between barrels of concrete. One of several disruptions that resulted in dozens of arrests. Now, if the Keystone XL cannot pass the climate test for Joe, Line 3 certainly can't, says the executive director of Honor the Earth. And that's one of these environmental groups wanting to shut these things down. Unions are also ramping up support for the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline, which runs under the Straits of Mackinac, where Lake Huron and Lake Michigan meet, shipping 540,000 barrels per day of light crude and propane. Activists want to decommission this pipeline, while Enbridge is actually trying to upgrade it with more security and safety measures to protect the straits. Enbridge last week received a state permit to build a tunnel to house the line. They still need permission from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. All right, the USW strongly supports both the Line 5 replacement segment project and the continued operation of the existing pipeline. Hundreds of USW members and their communities depend on these good, family-sustaining jobs that Line 5 supports. So, I mean, is the Keystone maybe just the tip of the iceberg for jobs on pipelines? I've seen many people share the map of the United States where it depicts oil lines, gas lines, the proverbial spider web that literally crisscrosses the entire country. So, you know, it's kind of a meme where they say, someone explain to me why this pipeline is so bad, but all these other pipelines are okay. Yeah, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles of pipeline running through this country. All right, with that, we close out hour number 2. We'll get back to your calls ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
So thank Old Man Winter. Thanks to the snow burying New York City this past day. Good times. Passengers on one of the trains, the Q train in New York City, they ended up stuck on board for about an hour and a half, according to the New York Post. Metropolitan Transit Authority suspended the above ground subway service at about 2 o'clock Monday afternoon. As the nor'easter was pounding the city, the Q train was suspended so workers could clear the accumulated snow, according to transit officials. They send out a tweet. Most routes will run modified service. Train arrival times on screens and apps may not be accurate, so our schedule data is changing. So they said check your status before your line before heading out. But We've been, one person on the train tweets out, we've been sitting between Parkside and Prospect Park for over an hour and 20 minutes now. There's no heat in the train. We've got 3 people not wearing masks, no sort of ventilation. Oh, boy. That was just after 3:30 in the afternoon. Another said about 30 minutes ago, we were told that the snow had accumulated too much to move forward, and that we've got permission to move backward, back to Parkside to get off the train. Haven't heard anything from anyone since then. So, yeah, for about an hour and a half, stuck on the train. Good times in New York City. I thought they said, stay home. Maybe they were all essential workers. I don't know. All right, it's only a Tuesday, but big Super Bowl weekend on the horizon. And I guess they are anticipating still a goodly number of people at the stadium, and behind the scenes, security officials in Tampa bracing for the daunting range of potential threats to the Super Bowl. They tell us, from COVID-19 or domestic terror attacks to unruly crowds cheering on their home team. The National Football League Championship requires security coordination from 70 local, state, and federal agencies. It'll be played under unprecedented threat conditions, with the National Domestic Terrorism Advisory in place following the Capitol siege on January 6th, as well as the COVID pandemic that continues to rage. It's also the first Super Bowl matchup featuring a team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, on their home turf. They've been planning security for a year, and according to Special Agent in Charge Michael McPherson, recent political and public health crisis and the cancellation of Super Bowl week events have caused the massive operation to have to adapt. It's all a shifting picture. Now, this is what they call a Sear 1 event by the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, they received the highest level of federal resourcing, including explosive detection, K-9 teams, cyber risk assessments, air security. The FBI Tampa field office will be hosting more than a dozen agencies at an intelligence operations center, where agents will collect, analyze, and disseminate intelligence as it comes in related to the Super Bowl and communicate with other units around the country. Fresh on their mind is the advisory from Homeland Security last week. Talking about violent extremists objecting to the exercise of governmental authority, the presidential transition. Like all offices, Tampa office has been charged with chasing leads on suspects who may have been involved January the 6th. We may increase surveillance of any local subjects leading up to the game, even if they do not pose an apparent threat to the Super Bowl, he says. We're watching. We saw what happened in D.C., and if someone might want to make a political statement, that's something we're having to think about. But hundreds of law enforcement agents on horseback and golf carts, K-9 units, will be posted on the grounds of the Raymond James Stadium and the Tampa Riverwalk, where the game and other lead-up events will be taking place this week, according to the chief. These officers and partners behind the scenes are prepared for potentially violent political demonstrations. Are they hearing chatter about demonstrations at the Super Bowl? We're planning for any type of demonstration. It doesn't matter what their message is. Now, obviously, with the pandemic, due to COVID, many events leading up to the game have been pared down or gone virtual, and the stadium's only going to accommodate about 22,000 attendees, like 1/3 of their capacity. Now, that's eased the burden slightly, and there's fewer physical venues that they have to secure, but With fewer planned events and the enthusiasm of what's going to be the hometown crowd, they are expecting they're going to need to monitor spontaneous local gatherings that could draw some energized masses, especially if the Buccaneers win. When we realized the Buccaneers were going to be in it, we started thinking, well, how else do we have to adjust our footprint here? The biggest concern, they say, is going to be crowd control. Yeah, you got to imagine if the Buccaneers do indeed win, there are going to be tens of thousands of people spilling out into the streets to celebrate. They're in Tampa. One of our great concerns is to be sure we have healthy people to execute the plan. All right, while the mayor of Tampa has mandated mask wearing around the stadium during Super Bowl week, Chief Dugan, who recovered from his own bout of COVID just last week, said he doesn't anticipate his officers will be enforcing COVID measures besides just trying to remind people to social distance, all right? We don't want to get into this we don't want to be the mask police, as Cue Ball said. We're just going to rely on people. Yeah, please, if you're going to be out there with the crowd, be a responsible citizen. Come on. But I'm glad to hear that. You know, here comes the mask police. Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Here we are live in the Hot Shot Secret Studio. And good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. How you doing this morning?
Doing all right. How's your week starting out?
Well, not too bad, not too bad. We're heading to Apple Turkey from Denver, but they said we have loads waiting for us at our shop, so we'll be heading west from there.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll still be running for at least another 2,000 miles. Hopefully we can do a little bit more than that. But, yeah, I'll tell you what, if Tampa Bay loses, I wonder what kind of outpouring of love they're going to have out there for that. A little disappointment.
Yeah, good question.
I mean, you know, everybody goes absolutely bat crap crazy when they win, you know, and they riot. Well, what's going to happen if they lose? So I don't know, you know, and with them saying domestic terrorism, and then they reference the January 6th actions, it's almost as if they're targeting one group over another. Maybe that's just me. I don't know, but it's sure enough what it seems like. Blind Man was talking about the impacts on New Mexico oil production. Well, I think I've already mentioned yesterday that you know what they want to do is mandate for every new house that's being built, have a solar system put in, and they also want to have all houses having the electrical charging system for an electric vehicle, whether you have one or not. In addition to what Biden has done as far as the oil field leases go, well, the New Mexico governor, a jackass, she's already stifled the drilling and the extraction of natural gas and oil from the soil. And she's already said, you know, we're going to try to be green by 2030, I think is what her mantra is. And they're going to go with wind and solar. We had a coal-powered plant up in the Four Corners area, and they shut it down, and they're trying to convert it into something else to generate power. I don't know if it's natural gas or whatever it is they're going to try to do, but you know that she just cut a lot of jobs out of the oil fields already by her Majesty's decree.
Mm-hmm.
In Four Corners area, that's the Navajo Nation. You know, there's a lot of coal up in that neck of the woods, and when they shut down that coal-powered plant, well, you know, half the jobs in New Mexico that were in coal up in the Navajo Nation, well, they magically disappeared too. So I ain't real happy about them numbers. Yeah, I tell you what, I was talking to Big Ed the other day. You know, his catchphrase, I guess we can call it that, is, "Are you with me?"
Are you with me?
And yeah, and I said, you know, you probably ought to copyright that before some damn advertising executive gets it, and then you're not being allowed to say that anymore. And he said, well, I thought about doing that, but then Steve does such a wonderful job of, you know, just doing like what you did. And I said, well, make him exempt from having to pay a royalty every time he says that to you, or just anywhere else out there. So anyways, you know, so far the show's doing good. I mean, I've had to adjust while you were off the air, and then when you are off the air, like on the weekends, well, I go to YouTube and I listen to a lot of music videos. But have you heard of a band called Steve and Seagulls?
I can't say that I have. No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Well, I'll tell you what, check them out on YouTube. One of their videos that they have is AC/DC's cover Thunderstruck. And, I mean, you see this guy coming in on a riding lawnmower wearing some kind of damn weird headdress, and you're thinking, oh, God, these guys are from Kentucky or the hills of West Virginia or whatever.
Right.
But these are hillbillies from Finland. I mean, these guys, you know, they fit the hillbilly description, but they are very entertaining. They have a knowledge of how to play a lot of different instruments. And apparently there's a big following in Europe about this band. So I don't know if they have any songs that they actually written or composed on their own, but they do a lot of cover songs, and sometimes they change the tempo. And it is, you know, it was one of the bright spots in the dark times when you were off the air that, you know, I start listening to them, and it's like, good Lord, show me some more, you know. So, yeah, if y'all get a chance to look at it later on tonight or sometime during tomorrow, it's Steve and then the letter N and Seagulls, like the bird.
Steve
not
and
Steve
Seagulls.
Seagal, like
All
the
right.
karate guy.
All right.
Yeah. So, tell you what, I'm going to end this one on a funny, if you don't mind.
All right.
The Bureau of Land Management sent a letter to the chief of the local Indian tribe telling him he had to move. So he gets in his car and he goes to the BLM office. Well, unfortunately, he has an eyesight problem, and he goes into a doctor's office that's next door. And as soon as he gets in there, he throws that piece of paper on the counter and said, Chief Bowles, no. And tablets once it can come back and see me in a week.
You're in between cells. We got to Chief Bowles, and you disappeared there. Yeah, he's gone. Well, we're not going to get the rest of the story on that one. All right. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. Thank you, Heatwave. Thanks for chiming in. Looking at a story here. Yeah, this whole debate about ever from the moment almost a year ago when Donald Trump said something positive about hydroxychloroquine. Recall that? And the backlash that followed when, you know, apparently everyone in the mainstream media knew more than the actual doctors. A Yale University doctor taking aim at Dr. Fauci for the infectious disease expert's dismissal of hydroxychloroquine as a potential treatment for COVID-19. I really wish Dr. Fauci would say something in terms of evidence. He never quotes any studies. It's hard to know if he has any evidence. Dr. Harvey Risch of speaking to Fauci's dismissal of hydroxychloroquine. The study we published is a review of all the evidence for early treatment as a whole. He pointed out there are many treatments that work well in addition to hydroxychloroquine. It's not just one drug. It's not just hydroxychloroquine. There are many drugs that can be used. As we've seen this week, there is a whole new repertoire of drugs that work for early treatment. We combine them to get maximum benefits. That's how we treat early COVID, and it works. It's astonishing, he says. Everything has become politicized, and it's like Big Brother's watching over every move with a script behind the scenes that nobody understands. These drugs are inexpensive. They are generic. Nobody's making a huge profit over them. Maybe, just maybe, that's the bottom line. He also took aim at some of the contradictory statements from President Biden's COVID response team and Fauci. Said there's an awful lot of gray zones that nobody knows the true answer to. There's a lack of specific knowledge. Nobody quite knows the answer. The new viral strains, the vaccine, the natural immunity. You seem to have some degree of immunity against these new strains, not as much as the normal strain. Whether that's going to be enough or not, we need backups for the vaccine. If something we know empirically when it gets here, in other words, if the South African strain or the UK strain starts spreading more, you may still find yourself being hospitalized, and you're going to need some of these alternatives, aka hydroxychloroquine or whatever it's going to be. New research has begun to emerge showing hydroxychloroquine may be an effective treatment for some symptoms. After all, we make it clear we can't recommend it be given. This is an observational study. We can recommend it in the context of a clinical trial. There may be a benefit for using the drug in an outpatient setting. All right, study right on the heels of another back in November that found that the odds of hospitalization of treated patients is 84% less than untreated patients. But it's all politicized. Hydroxychloroquine became the center of controversy when Donald Trump mentioned the effectiveness, causing many of the medical community and the media to dispute his optimism. Major tech companies moved to censor information that said anything positive about the drug's results. It's all political, and that story, Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021. And with that, what are we looking at? About 25 past the hour. We get back up to the calls here. And the Beaver Squeezer checking in this morning. What's happened, Beaver?
Well, you say they're a hard-working man.
Oh, doing all right. How about you?
Freezing my ass off here in North Alabama.
Oh, yeah?
And I know Eagle's running this way, and he said last night he wanted to skip the weather in Chicago.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to skip it. Thank God I'm not on my big W900L pulling that flatbed skid behind me loading a steel coil tonight, because they send you outside to tarp and chain those things. Oh, good God almighty. Anyways, I want to give a couple shout-outs to some of your callers. Chevy guy, I know you're still working, and thank you for including us retired truckers as still one of the club. That made me feel really good.
Sure.
My whole social life is revolved around my CB radio, the fuel stops, fueling, talking to the driver next to me. And I never did sit in a booth. I always sat in the bar, truck stop, and ordered my food. That way I could read my newspaper and talk to truck drivers. And I really, really like Heat Wave. I listened to call last night, and he said something that kind of rubbed me a little bit wrong.
Uh-oh.
Heatwave, I love you, brother. Do I have a minute?
Well, go ahead. What you got?
Heatwave, I love you, and I love your calls. And I wish I was still out there trucking with you. But he said last night, tell your dispatcher, if you don't like it, then get your butt out of that warm seat. I have never told my dispatcher that. I never have. My dispatcher expects me to be a professional. And across my Qualcomm, my load comes across. I have a choice to either take it or don't take it. And I know the weather that I'm going to go through. And I have never told my dispatcher, if you don't like the fact that I don't sling chains and I don't sling chains, reschedule the load. Well, sometimes you can't reschedule the load. They're depending on that load because they're going to shut their whole plant down if you're not there.
Mm-hmm.
And in my career, I've never been late. Sometimes I ran illegal. I never ran 2 logbooks, and I ran illegal. You know, just kind of cross your fingers to get there. And then then I tell the boss I can't do anything till midnight. But, your show being back on air has made no broke down truck driver feel like he's parred again. And Chevy Guy made that apparent tonight. Thank you, Chevy Guy. Eagle, you're coming into cold weather, whether you know it or not. And I really enjoy your calls, Heatwave. And I'm here every night. I may not call every night, but I'm sitting in my warm house, in my warm chair, watching you online. That's all I got, brother. I'm going to sit back and just kind of enjoy the show.
Well, like Chevy Guy says, copy in the mail, right? There you go. Beaver Squeezer, have a good morning. Well, Double R said that they had a dusting of snow on the ground there in Dalton, Georgia this past morning. So it's chilly, even down south. Well, what are we looking at? It is 844-3388. All right, so last week it was all about GameStop, and then it was AMC, the movie theater chain. Yesterday, silver. Yes, the commodity, silver. Now, what kind of game is going on here? Silver futures jumped almost 12% this past day, over $30 an ounce. Give you more on that story. So it's more on the crazy trading that's going on. I'm seeing a headline here that CNN is being slammed for lying about the Wall Street Bets GameStop rebellion. The elites are desperate and failing. He said CNN, like many other outlets, is pushing a fake narrative so obvious that it's shocking. Posts at nearly every news outlet claim that Reddit is trying to pump silver, even though a cursory glance at Wall Street Bets reveals it's not true. We're seeing a move so desperate in an attempt to protect Wall Street and hedge funds that everybody can see it, regardless if you're on the right or the left. Now, while most progressives or conservatives understand that mainstream lies and pushes fake news, now we have a real easy way to share something, proving to friends and family who don't believe it. The short squeeze. It's causing the whole machine to grind to a halt, and as panic sets in, and GameStop stock and AMC stock soar, for once, we're seeing a transfer of wealth from the elites to the working class. And that is a non-partisan thing. Yeah, but more on silver. Some are questioning, is this actually a trap being set by the hedge funds, trying to get back at the everyday working class guys and gals that participated last week in losing them billions of dollars? We return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, before I get sidetracked, and forget to get back to the rest of the story, I look at it, what silver is the next GameStop, according to the headline. The price being boosted by online movement. The erratic trading in recent days, underdog companies like GameStop that turned the markets combustible last week, appears to have migrated to commodities on Monday, sending silver prices surging to an 8-year high, they tell us. Up almost 12% on Monday, over $30 an ounce, following strong gains over the weekend. That exuberance spread to companies that mine precious metals, especially silver. Shares of Pan American Silver surged more than 16%. First Majestic Silver was up 25%. If you've got stocks in these companies, I mean, you made a ton of money yesterday. Now, it gets better. The Hecla Mining, I'm not familiar. Hecla Mining spiked 41%, and Coeur Mining up 35%. On Twitter, using the hashtag silver squeeze began to trend as the latest anomaly to emerge in the Wall Street Bets forum on Reddit. That's where the whole GameStop thing started last week. The online army of Reddit traders have banded together for the past week, pouring money into out-of-favor companies like GameStop and AMC. And in that process, they've done heavy damage to the hedge funds who had bet those shares would continue to fall. It is a stunning reversal of power, financial power that would be on Wall Street. But the rush to silver has created some confusion amid all this chaos. Some retail traders on Reddit are calling the surge a false flag. One Reddit participant warned it's a trap. Some of these smaller traders believe the hedge funds that were pillaged last week are actually behind the surge in silver. Communications on messaging boards claim that the hedge funds have now become active on Reddit anonymously, trying to drive them out of GameStop bets into silver. But only after those hedge funds had taken huge positions on silver. It's a trap. If it is a trap, and no one can say for sure, it may actually be working. Shares of GameStop, which saw their seismic, maybe short-lived shift in the financial markets, tumbled 30% on Monday. But the stock price, as it has been for more than a week, is tremendously volatile. The price was up sharply before the opening bell on Monday. Analysts who monitor silver markets say there's more to the story than small investors rushing in. The asset is traded by a variety of institutional players, the big guys. And it's very likely that those parties have joined to move the push to metal higher. Now, the silver market frenzy actually expanding to physical demand for the metal. Coin dealers reported delays in deliveries and overwhelmed by demand. The Silver Mountain, which is a Netherlands-based bullion dealer, said on their website, due to extreme market volatility, we cannot accept any new orders at the moment. They were hoping to have it reopened by the afternoon, but the games that are being played right now on Wall Street, I'm not in the mix, but undoubtedly the hedge funds are looking for a way to recoup losses that they incurred last week. So thought that was interesting to share. We'll pass it on. And hello there, Big Moose.
What's going on, buddy?
Trying to play something called radio.
Playing radio. Well, that's all right. I'm playing truck driver.
There you go.
A couple of things here. First of all, was that heat wave there a few minutes ago talking about them hillbillies?
Yes, it is. Correct.
Well, now, this politically correct world we live in, I'm going to have to call him out on something. The politically correct term is Appalachian American. We don't say hillbilly no more. That's derogatory. And I know because I are one.
Okay.
And another thing, too, nobody appreciates a hillbilly till they need something built, fixed, painted, or planted anyway. You know. But did you see where old Screech died? Remember that Saved by the Bell, that little fuzzy-haired guy played Screech the Geek?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah, he, I guess, got that small cell cancer, just ate him up. They said he lived about 3 weeks after they got the diagnosis. He died yesterday, I guess. I was reading about that.
Yeah, he was only 44 years old.
Ain't that something? Never know, I guess. Have you heard anything out of the tater in the last couple of days?
Let me see here. No, last I heard he was headed to California, and I said, oh, boy, he's heading out there when that big winter storm was coming in. I haven't heard from him since then.
Well, he ain't heading to California no more. He's stuck out there in Ogden, Utah, blowed the motor up in his truck, and I guess I'm going to have to go on a rescue mission, and I'm going to have to go out there and get him. I got a buddy of mine got a skyjacker down there in Newport, Kentucky. I'm going to put it on the back of my rig, run out there and snatch his up and bring him and the missus back. I'm going to leave about, probably about 2 o'clock in the morning, start heading that way. They said he heard a rattle, and next thing you know, pop, got to the side of the road, and all the engine oil was laying on the ground, had a rod hanging out of the block. So
oh, boy.
That's always fun.
Oh, boy.
So I guess he had to call his monkey to come get him, and that was, or gorilla had to call Donkey Kong to come get him, I guess. And believe me, that boy gonna get an education on running his mouth on the way back.
Ha! Now that's going to be a rather costly fix, is it not, Moose? What's that going to set him back, you think?
Well, I don't know, but I know he's out. He can't afford to have it done out there, and he ain't got no other way to get it back. So I'm gonna run out there and do my charity work for the year, get it all done at once. I'm gonna run out there and bring him back and see if we can't get him going. I got another truck he can drive time being. I got a guy, he's off on his 2-week COVID vacation right now, so I got one sitting idle, so I guess he's gonna run that for a while figure out what we're gonna do with his outfit. So
yeah.
You know, anybody got a 3406E laying around they want to get rid of in a short, send him his way.
Okay.
But yeah, that's about all that's going on in this neck of the woods. And I'll leave you with a funny today. I heard this one the other day. Now, I have to tame it down a little bit, make it PG-13, but it's still pretty funny. Apparently, after the inauguration, Joe Biden and Bill Clinton stepped into the men's room there, and they're standing there at the urinal. And Joe happened to glance over and notice that old Bill Clinton had a member hanging on him about 1.5 feet long, He says, Bill, he said, I just got to know. He said, how's a man achieve something like that? Clinton told him, said, well, there's a trick to it. Said, every night before you go to bed, you got to smack it 8 times on the bedpost before you go to sleep. He said, eventually it'll just stretch out there like that, So he thought about it. That night, he slipped in the bedroom. It was nice and quiet and dark, so he slipped over there to the bedpost and whack, 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 whack. Jill sat right up in the bed and said, Bill, is that you? All right, man. Well, keep it between the spotted and the solid. I'll catch you on the flip side.
All right. Thank you much, the Big Moose on the loose. Look out for that. Hey, Bill, is that you? Let's see. Where's our next stop? Or actually, where is their next stop? OOIDA's tour trailer. Eloy, Arizona. That's where you'll find the Spirit of the American Trucker now through, I believe, Thursday. Let's see, 1st through the 4th. Okay, so yeah, he's there now at the Eloy Petro. Let's see, that is exit 200. Parking for 175 tractor trailers. Website says the full-service Iron Skillet restaurant is open 7 a.m. till 8 p.m. Eloy, about 65 miles southeast of Phoenix, 50 miles from Tucson. About 20 miles southeast of Eloy is Picacho State Park that abuts I-10. Now, the maximum speed limit on Arizona interstate highways outside of urban areas is 75 miles per hour. The I-10 in the Eloy area has warning signs that it is a blowing dust area. Other signs that read, caution, variable speed limit corridor. The tour trailer is going to be cruising through the area. At times, the dust affects visibility. Back in 2019, the Arizona Department of Transportation installed their detection and warning system that allows those speed limits to be changed. The variable speed limit signs can change from anywhere from 75 to as low as 35 miles per hour when the visibility is reduced. Now, it's a strange name, as with many communities in the U.S., a railroad company had a hand in the naming of Eloy. The name does not commemorate a Southern Pacific officer or engineer. According to the city's website, the name comes from an acronym. When Southern Pacific built a switch there in 1902, it was known as the East Line of Yuma. During construction, it was easier to label drawings and maps as Eloy, E-L-O-Y, East Line of Yuma. And the name stuck, they tell us. So there you go. Stop by and see the spirit of the American trucker. You can sign up or renew your membership, become a lifetime member of OOIDA. John has typically copies of the latest edition of Landline magazine, vouchers for flu shots, pneumonia shots. Just ask. All right, who's next up here? I think I don't see a name per se, but he's checking in from Fairfield, I believe. What's going on? Who we got on the line?
Got Steve.
Hey, Steve, what's happening?
Steve, things are going great. First things off, I want to congratulate you on your new gig. Wise man once said, a change of course may prove to be the wiser path. So good luck and best to you.
Thank you so much.
And the thing I was going to call on was the green energy for New Mexico. Some gentleman called up earlier about that, talking about the wind power generators. Have you ever seen one of those wind power generator plants where they were like tens of miles wide?
I have not. No, have not.
Well, if you go out anywhere, go out to Indiana, just cruise through Ohio, Indiana, instead of seeing all cornfields, you see nothing but 40, 50-foot towers with big turbine generators on them. And the problem is, they're called as green energy. It is the farthest thing from green energy you can get. It's killing millions of birds. Birds can't escape it, kill them, create a hazmat situation on the ground below, and then these generators all have several hundred gallons of lubricant in them, and when they blow, it all falls out of the ground, thus creating more hazmat. The ground underneath is useless, and but these things are not green at all. I mean, they are generating as much hazmat, if not more, than the Keystone Pipeline. The Keystone Pipeline is greener than you're going to ever get with these things. But they're not going to tell you that. They're going to say, hey, this is green energy, therefore. And it's not. It's it's fake news. It's the, everybody drinking Kool-Aid will be okay. It's not going to be that way. And why don't they grow anything on these plots of land out there? They can grow stuff, right? Wrong, because it's too polluted. It's way too polluted, but they won't tell you that.
So that's why they don't have any crops or anything growing out there in those fields where the wind farms?
Oh, heavens no. It's a hazmat nightmare out there. There's millions of dead birds out there. I mean, if you want to harvest corn out there, you're going to be eating chicken wings with your corn.
Wow.
And chicken meat. And I mean, they can't do it, but they call it green energy, yet it's killing the birds. And what does that do to the ecology? I mean, that's kind of really mess the ecology up.
Well, I've heard the stories about the number of birds that are killed, not just the windmills, but the big buildings in some of the major metropolitan areas. Hell, at any given day, and when I'd go down to get a smoke where I used to work, it was one of the big buildings with all the mirror-like windows. And you could always tell when the sun had been out the previous, there was always a couple of dead birds lying there that slammed into the side of the building night after night after night. And they pick them up, and there's those big buildings. They see the reflection of trees, and they think that that's an actual tree that they're going to fly and land, and boom, break their neck. Thanks for the call there, though, Steve. It's about 9 before the hour. How about this when it comes to speaking of the cancel culture? Comedians and network television shows are even being hit. Now, they're afraid to attack high-ranking Democrats like Joe Biden, for instance, or maybe New York's Governor Cuomo, for fear of being canceled. Now, that coming from none other than Adam Carolla, the host of the Adam Carolla Show. Yeah, the nationally known comedian who yesterday said shows like Saturday Night Live are actually scared to make fun of Democrats. Now, SNL aired Saturday for the first time since Biden took office. And for the most part, they avoided the new administration. And instead, the comedy bits, they did celebrating Georgia becoming a blue state. They had a skit criticizing Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia. They also took aim at Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. Of course, those are all Republicans. Rand Paul, his efforts to fight the impeachment of Donald Trump, the second impeachment that would be. But Carolla said, quote, honestly, I get what there is to hate about Donald Trump, but what is there to love about Joe Biden? That's the big question if you're Saturday Night Live. Okay, so you hated Trump, fine. Why do you love Joe Biden? There's nothing to love about Joe unless you're scared of being canceled. And the fact that this cancel culture has drifted over to comedy is absolutely insane. Before the 2020 election, Saturday Night Live clearly displayed a preference for Biden over Trump. They even referred to Biden's inauguration this month as good news during what they call their weekend update segment. Now, Cuomo, who's been accused of underreporting nursing home deaths during the past year, or California Governor Gavin Newsom, the subject of a recall petition. They're not targets of Saturday Night Live. No comedians are saying anything about Gavin Newsom or Governor Cuomo. Where are the comedians? Well, they're scared. And that is a scary place to be. Unfortunately, their hand is forced now. They have to show their hypocrisy, he added, about Saturday Night Live. You've done 7,000 episodes on what an idiot Trump is. And then you won't touch the next administration. I would do one even if I loved Biden. If I'm Saturday Night Live. Just so I don't appear hypocritical. There you go. Saturday Night Live, they say, apparently feels lost without Donald Trump. I could think of an awful lot of things you could make fun of Joe Biden. You could just find someone to stand up there and make off-the-wall comments that really are talking in circles, which is what the man does. You know the thing. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. What did Mr. Magoo just say? I don't know. It confused me there, right?
Yep.
Hey, it's 44 degrees out here in Oklahoma. I got a pair of shorts on and a T-shirt. But you know what, Steve? I got the heater on high, too. Oh, man, let me tell you something. Do not play another man's game on that Wall Street stuff because you'll lose every time, I promise you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a money game, every bit of it. That's what drives this world, money. I say invest in brass, copper, lead, and gunpowder. Don't be investing in no silver unless you're going to kill a vampire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that what all that kills vampires and all them other goony things there? You know, I told you that story last night. Tell you something. Here's the moral to that story. Be careful what you do in life because it will come back to haunt you eventually.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It always does, right? Remember the story I told you about? Had the girl show up on his door and saying, "Hello, Daddy."
Yes, last night, yeah.
Yeah. Well, be careful what you do in life. It'll come back to haunt you every time.
That's true.
We should have a little bit of all energy. Some wind energy, some solar energy, oil. It can't all be one way. You got to just, I don't know. I guess they want everybody to, because that's the way they're making their money. They want everybody to do it their way, but it can't be like that there. I don't know. Are these the same news reporters we're supposed to be trusted now, them White House reporters?
That's the guys and gals. Yep, that's the ones. Yep.
Yeah. Well, they're going to be down there in Tampa Bay with all that security, and they ain't got that security but for one reason, and that's to keep one of them news reporters from stealing Tom Brady's jersey again, right?
Yeah. All right.
And,
yep.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'm going to tell you, if I'm going to drink any Kool-Aid, I'm going to play that Johnny Paycheck Colorado Kool-Aid, and that'll be a good one to play. And mainly I'm going to stick with Alan Jackson, listening to all of his music. I still like that, man. I'm going to go with Tom Brady, number 12. He's going to get number 7 saved. And I got a conspiracy for you. Did Peyton Manning help the NFL win with New Orleans, letting the New Orleans Saints win back in, I don't forgot what year it is now, but anyway, that's my conspiracy theory for the day. I think he did, but I don't think anything in life is really the way it ought to be. It's not what it appears to be anyway. So
right.
That's all my baloney for today. Have a great day. Got a great show going. About 5 in the morning, we'll take a bottle of aspirin and drink a case of beer, and we'll all be doing good, right?
Sounds like a plan there, Knucklebuster. All right, that's Skullbuster stuff, right? The monkey gouge your favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. At least hold that little pinky up with that wine. I can deal with that myself. So I'm not going to. Now, Mama Knucklebuster, I will confess that Mama Knucklebuster made me get like them rich folks up around them. When you drink your wine now, make sure you hold that little pinky up there, right?
That's right. There you go. All right, well.
I'm just as guilty.
Yep, Knucklebuster, be safe out there. And, hey, by the way, we actually hit the 1,000 mark on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page, 1,000 subscribers. So once you hit 1K, I don't guess, does it go in increments or whatever before you see how many you've got? You have to hit 2,000 before the number goes up? I'm not even sure. I sure would like to send a gift certificate to whoever was that number 1,000. I've got access to, and I need to give some of those away. I got some $60 gift certificates where you can go to hotshotsecret.com. And, all I would need is like your phone number. So when you call in, I can take your number down, and you'll get a text message the following day with a code number, which is essentially a $60 value. And you can purchase $60, $59.99 worth, and it get free shipping. Or if you want to spend $100, you just have to pay, whatever over the $60 amount. You get $100 worth of stuff for $40, but free shipping. So I'll be giving some of those away. I think we have access. On YouTube, you can only see, I think, the latest 100 subscribers. So the last 100 that have clicked in. You don't have access to the whole database. I think on Facebook, you can actually see who all the members are, right? But there you go. Tip of the hat. Thanks to all for sharing and help us hit the 1,000 mark. But from there, our next goal is going to be 2, then 3, then on we go. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So I see several hours they posted launch February 3rd, 2021, 5:57 a.m. SpaceX Falcon 9, Starlink 17. All right, so it's from the Kennedy Space Center. I thought that was originally slated this morning, so SpaceX scheduled to launch the 18th mission of the Constellation Network satellites known as Starlink. All right, due to the launch window, 5:47 to 6:08 a.m. Eastern Time, as the case was for what was going to be this morning's launch. It's outside of the visitor complex hours. Launch viewing opportunities, I guess, actually there at the Cape will not be available. So looks like they bumped that up another day. I guess, yeah, weather is typically a factor, whatever the case might be. But, yeah, lining up for the launch. There you go. And we get back to our callers here this morning at 844-3388. And hello, Baby Bear.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Coming north on 75, north of Macon. I got about an hour to the house.
All right.
30, finally down to 35 degrees, and I've been fighting a headwind pretty much all night. That wind's been coming out of the north, running southeast, and it's just been horrific. But it's, it is what it is. So, no whining about the cold, people.
It could be a whole lot worse,
But,
Baby Bear. It could be a lot colder than that.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the hydroxychloroquine. I've got a couple of friends that got COVID. It's been about, I think their 10 days is now up, but that's the first thing they did. They went on one of the teledoc sites, and they went on there and did a little doctor's appointment and they specifically did that to request a prescription for hydroxychloroquine, and they both got it, and they're doing well. I mean, basically, the COVID hit them like just a really bad sinus infection. I dropped groceries off at their house. I called them when I was at the store last week and said, y'all need anything? So they gave me a little list, and I dropped it in their garage, and the husband, they're my age, upper 50s, 60 or whatever. And the only thing they had was just, I mean, he was about 20 foot away, came out in the garage to grab the groceries, and he just had a really bad, bronchitis cough. And he said it just hit them both like bad sinus infection with just the coughing.
Right.
But the hydroxychloroquine seemed to be working for him. I mean, she's actually feeling better, but she's a biker, a hiker, a kayaker. I mean, she's an athlete and never slows down, the wife. And then the husband, he's pretty busy too, but they're doing really well. They're actually kind of getting over it and feeling good. So I just wanted to, you got to be your own healthcare advocate. And, and they did. So, I mean, that just gave me some hope, in case I get it or any of my friends get it. But anyway, I got to tell you, the other night when Double R was on, and he was saying he was going from Flintstone to Roswell, Georgia.
Yes.
I was sitting there going, Roswell, where the hell is Roswell? And I was thinking, Rossville? And then you said, well, isn't that north of Atlanta? And then I'm sitting there going, Roswell.
Roswell, yes.
I couldn't figure out what he was trying to say, but I mean, that's like a couple of our drivers were down and meeting each other to, exchange freight or whatever in Cairo, Georgia. And they both got in an argument about, one of them's like, it's Cairo, and the other one's like, no, it's pronounced Cairo. So the one of them said, all right, when we get to our meeting place, they were talking on the phone, we will go in there and ask the name of the place. So they both met, in the parking lot, went inside, and, one of them's like, hey, we are in an argument about the name of this place. And he thinks it's Cairo, I say it's Cairo. And he said, I want you to tell us the name of the place right now so we can get this over with. She looked at him and she said, Burger King.
Good answer. Good answer. Yeah, Burger King. Okay.
But anyways, you know what I miss most about your show?
What's that?
The racing report.
Yeah.
Guys,
We're working on getting something together there too. Yep.
February 9th is Daytona week. There's going to be practices. There's something every day, all day long. Jamie McMurray's coming back. He's going to be in the Spire Motorsports car. He'll be racing the 500 course. You know me, I'm the huge Chase Elliott fan. But, you know, I miss the racing report. You guys are going to have to get Seg Dennis and just come and do the little...
Right, yeah.
record them for you. But, hey, have a good morning and take care.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Baby Bear. Always good to hear from you. Be safe. Rolling through Georgia. There you go. And it's 844-3388. I believe it's Captain Ron, is it? Hello, Captain Ron.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing all right. What's happening?
How about my Tampa Bay Gronkaneers?
Yeah.
I've been calling on that since he got here. So anyway, they've been flying around with a bunch of these helicopters around Tampa, and I heard they're looking for radiation.
Huh.
They've been flying all over the place down here. Tampa's crazy right now. There's people are selling them. They got a canopy, and with all the Tampa Bay merchandise, they're just jam-packed. I guess they must be bandwagon fans or something.
Uh-huh.
But I heard something positive about Biden. You want to hear it?
What would that be?
Okay, listen up. Did you hear it?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything either.
There you go. I heard the crickets. That's all I could hear. The crickets. That's it.
Yeah, I haven't ever heard anything good either. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. It's crazy down here in Tampa. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad if they win or lose. But we'll see, I guess.
Hopefully the cooler heads will
That's about
prevail.
all I got.
You get out there and you celebrate the victory. You have a good time, but, keep it on the up and up, right? Don't start bringing down street poles and all that crap that they tend to do, so...
I think you're right about the attendance supposed to be there. But another thing on these mask mandates, Tampa and Lakeland have both had mask mandates. I don't know if they're still in effect, but both of the sheriffs came out and said that they're not going to enforce it. So basically you got this mask mandate that nobody enforces already.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I guess that's probably why all the tension, people feeling like they're doing the right thing and other people are not. And I think it's causing a bunch of problems.
Yeah.
I don't know if they work or not. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a truck driver.
Right.
But I guess that's all I got, other than it's 40 degrees here at Tampa, Georgia line.
Okay.
Is it supposed to snow down here?
No, it's good. It's almost cold enough for it, though, isn't it? All right, roll it up on 15 past the hour. Speaking of the Gronkowski he mentioned there. Rob Gronkowski this past day, surprising for Florida-based healthcare workers with a video inviting them to attend the Super Bowl. Between his team and a team in the Kansas City. Can you imagine getting that calls? And, hey, Rob Gronkowski here. I'd like you to be my guest and attend the Super Bowl. How cool would that be? Buccaneers tweeted a video Monday morning featuring Gronkowski, who joined the team, of course, last year, personally inviting the 4 workers who are part of the 7,500 healthcare workers that have been given tickets to this year's Super Bowl During one of the toughest times our community, our nation, and the world has ever experienced, it was our healthcare workers that made sacrifices every day, according to Brian Ford, Buccaneers Chief Operating Officer. The entire Tampa Bay community is better because of their selflessness and their strength. We're honored to recognize Mandy, Heather, Belinda, and Woody for their commitment to serving others during the pandemic. Now, first time, the home team is the actual, the home team. I'm going to be there, said it was Woody, who works at the Moffitt Cancer Center. I'm so excited, said RN Mandy, also from the Moffitt Cancer Center. I've never been to a Bucks game, but I've always wanted to, so the first time going is going to be the Super Bowl. How exciting can that be? Now, I watch every game, every Sunday. Go Bucks, she said. The other workers invited were Heather Stagmeyer, the infection control manager at Advent Health, Wesleyan Chapel, and Belinda Spahn, an intensive care nurse at Advent North Pinellas. All right, we're thanking our healthcare heroes who've been on the front lines for the COVID-19. According to NFL's executive vice president for the club business and league events, we're honored to salute those who've demonstrated their dedication, their commitment, their courage. There you go. But that is quite the surprise. So congratulations to those healthcare workers. All right, who's next up here? Got several lines available at 844-844-3388. Somewhere, I believe, is it in Missouri? I'm not sure what the handle is. Is it the Red Mill?
The Red Mule, Steve.
The Red Mule, really?
Yeah, Steve.
How the heck are you?
Horse feathers and Parkhurst have been after me to try and educate me how to listen to you, and I'm out here. Thanks, Steve. I just left the United States and crossed over into the land of fruit and nuts just as you was coming to me.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah. Hey, Steve, I want to start off tonight with a request and dedication. I want to request that song by Alabama, You Can't Keep a Good Man Down. I want to dedicate that to, is it SB or BS Sommers?
SB.
SB. Okay. Well, I want to dedicate that to SB Sommers. I think that fits him. Can't keep a good man down. It's good to hear you, Steve. And it never ceases to amaze me the things I learned on this show. That born and raised in Arizona, I had never heard that that's where the name of Eloy come from. I just thought that was the name of somebody. They named it after somebody or something. That was education. So, hey, Steve, what I'm talking about this morning, I'm going to be on there very long, so I'm coming up to the Buck Station. You had, was a Big Moose on there, said he had a buddy that broke down in Austin?
Correct.
Yeah. I just put a new engine in my truck in September, new used engine. And there's a wrecking outfit just up the road from them in Idaho. And I know they had some other engines in there. I don't know if they had the one that they could use or not. But it might be worth a phone call. If Big Moose wants to call in and get my number or whatever, I'll talk to him. Or the name of the outfit, they're actually in Yukon, Idaho, Steve, but they're around Idaho Falls is their phone number. The name of the outfit is Holtz, Holtz. I've been dealing with them for years and years, bought trannies and dips and everything from them. I stand behind them 100%. And the engine I put in here was out of a wrecked oil rig truck, had 30,000 miles on it and 10,000 hours on it. So I had a lot of idle time, but it's just, it's been real good, and they've been real good to stand by their stuff. And so if he wants to give me a call, it might be worth them making a phone call before they tote that thing all the way back down south.
Okay.
So, I got to get off here, Steve. They're going to get me up here at this Buck Station if I ain't paying attention. So
all right.
I'll talk to you another time.
Good to hear from you. You got it. Yeah. Well, always look forward to hearing from the Red Mule. Well, there you go. First time on the new show. as we're into week number 4. Yeah, coming up on a few days will be our 1 month anniversary. First show January the 11th on a Monday morning, right? Yeah, kind of a sad scenario. There's probably some drivers out there listening that may have known these individuals because they'd been around for quite some time. And one of them was actually at one point in time, I'm not sure what year or years, part of the whole ATA's American Road Team. 2 drivers dead after what police are calling a murder-suicide early Monday morning. This occurred at the FedEx facility just before 2:30 in the morning yesterday. According to the Star Tribune, last summer, 58-year-old truck driver Todd Jimmy Willman left his wife, Deborah, in Mississippi and moved to Minnesota to be with Tina, the apparently estranged wife of 49-year-old truck driver David Peterson. Then late last year, Willman got back in contact with his wife and told her he's coming back home to work on their marriage. He actually came home and said he was moving home, according to Deborah. Moved all his belongings back to Mississippi, but apparently changed his mind shortly thereafter and moved to Minnesota again. Although Deborah says Willman never once mentioned being threatened by Peterson, he did send her a couple of emails confessing that he felt kind of scared and hopeless and that he and Tina had a misunderstanding. Willman worked at Ravenwood Transport, a private contractor for FedEx, during his time in Minnesota, the same company where both David and Tina Peterson worked as truck drivers there. So that's how their paths initially crossed. According to the reports, Willman was at the FedEx facility unhooking his trailer when Peterson approached again about 2:30 yesterday morning, shot him dead, and then shot himself, all while Tina was sleeping in the cab. When first responders arrived, one man was dead, the other was mortally wounded, succumbing to the injuries a short time later. Willman was a truck driver 35 years, had accumulated over 2.75 million accident-free miles. He also served on the America's Road Team roster, earned the Silver Safety Driving Award and the 25-year Safety Performance Award for his longtime trucking company. He was also the winner of several flatbed competitions at the Mississippi Truck Driving Championships and actually taught Sunday school. Additionally, Tina is a 14-year recipient of Safe Driving Award from FedEx Ground. Deborah said, everything happened so fast and so quick, there wasn't anything anybody could have expected. But a statement from FedEx: we are shocked and saddened by this tragic incident. We extend our deepest condolences to the families and the team members of those involved here. We are cooperating fully with law enforcement as they conduct their investigation. But yeah, for a guy that's been out there for many, many years, many, many miles, I'm sure he's crossed paths with a number, probably many that hauled for FedEx and whatnot. So sad story there. But with that, we're looking at 25 past the hour. Lines are available at 844-844-3388. Is this scrapyard?
Hey, Steve, glad to hear you back on there, man. I tell you what, it's plumb cold down here in Arkansas. It's going to be even worse this weekend. I live down in the belly button of Arkansas. They said for the overnight lows for Saturday and Sunday was supposed to be 17 degrees, not counting wind chill.
Man, I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's so cold tonight. I got up there in my Springdale depot, got the truck parked, and got out, and I saw something going across that lot and went out there and looked. It was a possum wearing a parka. Mercy sakes.
Wow.
Yeah, on that COVID, about the being your own healer, I guess, to keep from getting that COVID. And I've been taking that Zicam 3 times a day. When I get up, when I go to bed, in the middle of my day, and then after a few minutes after taking that, chase it with a shot of tonic water. That hydroxychloroquine is based on quinine. So you get it in your system and all that. And I've been in and out of the truck stops or Waffle Houses, with no mask, and such, and had no issues. And if you do catch a cold or the flu or anything like that, it's going to help stave it off a lot quicker.
Right, right.
But main reason I was calling, up here at mile marker 35, up at Ozark, Arkansas on 40, they've been working on it up there for the past couple of years. They had a road, when that town out there in Oklahoma, after they had that big earthquake, I think it was Edmonton, I believe it was, destroyed that whole town. Well, the shockwaves made it all the way back to Arkansas, and they didn't know it when they built Interstate 40. There was an old mine that right there at Ozark that ran under the interstate on both sides right there up into that big mountain ridge over there. And, well, it's collapsed on the westbound side. There's a big crack, and the past 2 years they've been patching it. But now, Christmas week, they had a horrible accident there where a road rager caused a hazmat to run off the road and hit that rock wall in the median, natural rock wall there, and caused a massive explosion, shook the ground. On the westbound side now, that mine tunnel that goes clear across the interstate there right at the approximately 35-mile marker, the crack has even developed on the eastbound side now. And they're getting pretty worried that I-40 may be cut off. They may have to do a highway, I believe it's Highway 64 detour.
Really?
Out into there, yeah. If you're on the westbound side and you get right there to it, it's right at that Ozark rest area on the westbound side. You want to be in that left lane. Don't stay in that right lane. It'll jar your kidneys and your feelings loose.
Wow.
And it's a good thing we don't haul nitroglycerin no more. Is all I can say.
No doubt.
But there's a crack. There's a big crack in there. You can actually them workers. I talked to one of them workers down at the truck stop getting lunch down there at the 35, which is called Hillbilly Holla, and he said that you can stand up there on the side of the road right there by the guardrails and look down, and it's like you can see forever and a day in that crack that goes all the way down in the ground. So they dropped rocks and everything else down there, and they come to find out that mine tied into a large cave over there. But now it appears that they are building a concrete bulkhead on the westbound side, because I think they're going to attempt, from the way that worker told me, they're going to attempt hydraulic concrete pumping to see if they can stabilize it. If not, it could just have to collapse. They're pretty worried about it.
Wow. I hadn't heard a thing about that. That's very interesting.
Well, most people hadn't, but when you go through that construction zone, especially on the westbound side, don't be in that right lane and all that. If you value your kidneys, your feelings, and or your dentures, it'll sure crack something.
Yeah.
Oh, and joke wise, I got one that kind of toned down. It's like PG-13. That what do you call a virgin on a waterbed?
What would that be?
A cherry float.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Scrapyard. Thanks for the update on Arkansas there. So, yeah, jar your kidneys and your fillings out. I got an email from our old pal Sylvester in the land down under. You should call in and check in there, Sylvester. Listening again, and it's a beautiful 74 degrees, clear skies. Loving the show, enjoying the calls and the trucking news. What's going on behind the scenes? Do you have a timeline as to further development of an app? And also, are you able to see the chat on the YouTube channel while you're on the show? All right, answer to question one. I think that app thing should be up and running probably here within a couple of weeks, maybe sooner. And as far as seeing the chat, I mean, I'm constantly going through, looking at emails and what's going to be coming up next, and the weather and all that, aside from what I've got printed up. So from time to time, I can scroll over. I know Josh over the past weekend set me up to link to, I haven't tried it out actually yet. It's supposed to, I think it streams all the different comments coming from whether it's the YouTube or the Facebook, and you can you see them all via Restream. Yeah, but I do have, which stream do I have? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive on Facebook. And I see some of the comments from this morning here. Sitting back in the rocking chair, thank you for the chance to vent. That must be old Chevy guy. You got it, yeah. Let's see, who else? Mountain Valley Pipe is on hold, so now. See, Daniel says, I love the show. Donald said, got my first COVID shot. Just a sore arm so far. And he went on to say, Steve's voice is so calming to me. Thank you, Donald. I guess going back early in the show, I scroll back to the top. Yeah, Ronald says, you're telling me that when my wife and I drive on the PA Turnpike, I-76, we have to wear a mask? They can kiss me where the sun don't shine. Yeah, I concur, Ronald. I mean, based on the CDC guidance, that's what it sounds like. That's what they're expecting. I mean, they're exempting solo drivers, which to me means team drivers are not exempted. They're expecting you to wear a mask. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, via the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube page, I clicked over during the break there. A few comments there, not a whole lot. Unless I'm still learning how to do this thing on YouTube as well. Let's see, 1,000 subscribers. Yep, we hit the mark. Hired Gun said, interesting, over the 1,000 hump, and it won't let the notifications bell activate. What's up with that? I'm not real familiar. Let's see. Ron says, I just clicked it and had to select Get Notifications. So try that, Hired Gun. All right. I read the digital monitor wrong on my weather station. It's 17 degrees here in northeast Indiana. Yeah, cold night. There you go. And just brace yourself because there's more where that came from. I know that they're looking at the sub-zero stuff. Sweeping into the northern tier of the country, and some really cold air going to be sweeping pretty deep into the south. Coming up next week after this next storm comes in late this week into and through the upcoming weekend. All right. Around the country, it's 844-3388. Let me jump up, and I believe the Lone Ranger's on the line here. I'm guessing you must have woke up by the call of nature or something. What's going on, Ranger?
Steve, Mother Nature has kicked our ass here in the Northeast. This is a bad, it's still snowing. It's been snowing since Sunday late morning. Hasn't stopped. Still snowing right now.
Wow.
Never saw anything like this. I got big drifts out here. And the problem is, I have a snowblower, but the snow is deeper than the snowblower. It goes over top of the opening, the chute. So I did it twice already, and I look out the window. It looks like I didn't do anything at all because the wind just taking it all over the place. Got drifts as high as the vehicles. What a mess. Well, I've been sitting back here, stuck in the house, and of course, watching the news and just amazed at how Americans in public office are doing their best to destroy America. It's incredible watching what's going on here. I've been looking at some of his Beijing Biden, some of his cabinet picks, and a lot of them have questionable pasts. A lot of them are just recaps from the Obama administration, just bringing everybody from Obama back. I guess that's the best they could do. But one after the other, I already mentioned Rachel Levine, which came from our state and was guilty of putting people in the rest homes that were COVID positive, which caused many deaths, while at the same time taking she's mother out to protect her. So there's controversy there. Then, of course, you have John Herman Munster Carey.
Yes.
He's in charge of the some type of climate. Well, they don't.
He's
they
the
used to
climate
call
czar.
it global warming.
He's the climate czar.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's a czar, all right. Yeah. Anyway, you look at his past. Don't forget now. They used to call this global warming until the scientists said that the Earth hasn't really warmed hardly at all, so they had to change it to climate change to keep from looking stupid. But this guy is absolutely a clown. Of course, he's married to John Hines' widow, billionaire. He scooped right in on that before the guy was even cold in the grave, so he's doing pretty well himself. In fact, he's doing so well, you might recall, a couple of years ago, I guess, he had a massive yacht, and he moved it from one state to the other because the state where it was docked had a big tax on luxury yachts, so he moved it somewhere else so he wouldn't have to pay the tax. And, of course, they still have a private jet, and the carbon emissions on that private jet are 40 times higher per person than a commercial airline. Now, this is the guy in charge of the climate change. And then you have there's another one. I can't remember her name, but she's in some finance committee, and she was caught up in a $600,000 mess, rigged up, got in trouble. Another one. Then there's a racist black female named Kristen Clark, and she's nominated for a high-ranking civil rights position. The comments she made in the past were that blacks were superior to whites because of the melanin in their skin.
Okay.
So there's a good one for you. Now, we've been talking about this Keystone Pipeline is big news because of the job losses, but what you're not hearing on CNN and the rest of the propaganda channels is all the other things that are affected by this. And one of them is the amount of money that states get for these federal leases for drilling. Some of the states get half of that money, and they use that money for their infrastructure. And it's millions and millions of dollars. So states are going to lose money for infrastructure. Now, I just saw the other day in Wyoming, the companies that drill for minerals and different things besides oil up there, they get $150 million a year, and that money goes to education. So they're going to lose that. And then you look at all the jobs that are related to the pipeline and its workers. You got your hotels, you got your restaurants. There's a lot of jobs related. So when you add up all those numbers, it comes out to a lot more than 11,000. The 11,000 figure is just for the pipeline itself. The workers actually working on the pipeline. Now, here's another good one. Post office has decided to go to all electric vehicles. Well, now, when you take away the gasoline vehicles, you also take away the gas tax that goes to the federal government, and some of it goes to the state, I guess. So where's the money? How are they going to replace this tax money coming from gasoline and diesel? That money is used to pay our bills. And then the most interesting thing about these electric vehicles, on January 25th, Beijing Biden signed an executive order declaring that all federal vehicles will become electric vehicles. Okay, now that's all about, climate change and tree hugger stuff. But somebody's going to make some big money on that, Steve. And that somebody is Nancy Pelosi.
Bingo.
Because the day before he signed that executive order, she spent $1.25 million on Tesla stock. Now, what does Tesla do, Steve?
Electric vehicles.
Right. Now, what a stroke of luck for Nancy Pelosi. Now, I would consider that insider trading.
Absolutely.
She obviously knew what was coming the next day. And Martha Stewart went to jail for that. So why isn't there a call for Pelosi to be arrested for insider trading? I don't know. Now let's go to something else. High gas prices. We were paying less than $2 a gallon on election day. And now we're paying around here about $2.50 a gallon average. So it's going up considerably. In fact, there was a couple places I saw. I was in out on Long Island the other day, and it was $3 a gallon out there. $3.39 is what it was.
Wow.
So now we're going to have high gas prices. Okay. Who does that affect the most? It doesn't affect the rich people because they have the money. It affects the working class and the poor. Now, I forgot what the exact number was, but they said for every penny that a gallon of gas goes up, there's a whole bunch of money that comes out of the economy because obviously the more money you put in your gas tank, the less money you have to spend on other items. So it hurts the economy and it hurts the GDP. Now, states that are open have less cases of COVID than states that are closed. But nobody seems to notice that. Now, they had a meeting yesterday, 10 Republicans, well, actually, some of them are rhinos. I don't know what their actual party is. But anyway, they went in there, big photo op, went in there and sat down with Beijing Biden. And they're trying to get this money knocked down. It's $1.9 trillion, too much money. They want $600 billion. So two of the things in there, and this is what you don't hear on CNN. This is one of the reasons I call in, because there's probably listeners who get their news on CNN. They don't even hear about this stuff. But two of the things that are real stumbling blocks for the Republicans in this COVID relief bill is what it's called, Steve.
Right.
$350 billion is going to poorly run Democrat states and cities to bail them out because, they can't just keep writing checks like the federal government. They have to balance their budget. $350 billion going to places like New York. Cuomo wants $15 billion because he poorly managed his finances in that state. So that's one stumbling block. And the other one is $15 an hour. Now, if you listen to Beijing Biden, he thinks $15 an hour, him and Bernie Sanders and AOC, that's great for the people. But really it isn't, because if a company has to pay $15 an hour, they're probably going to lay some people off.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that's going to happen, companies, these liberals think that companies have deep pockets and unlimited funds so they can afford the $15 an hour. It's called class envy. Well, the company doesn't have to eat that money. They just pass it on. And you'll see your, $12 Big Macs and stuff like that. So people think they're helping the people are actually hurting the people. $15 an hour hurts a lot of people because companies can't afford it. And if they just pass it on, so everybody pays more. Now, we still got, they're still bringing National Guard into Washington, D.C. And it's been reported a number of times there is no credible threat. Nobody's threatening to come to D.C. and do anything. Now, what they're saying now is when the impeachment vote comes up, they're afraid there's going to be turmoil again. But there's still no credible threat. Now, in Chicago last year, there was 4,000 shootings, 700 deaths. So when you look at D.C., which unfortunately there were 6 deaths, but only 2 of them were from the rioting. The other 3 were, 6 deaths. 4 of them were from health problems. The one girl, the female, got shot by a security guard, and the other guy that died was one of the Capitol police officers who got hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. So you got 6 deaths there, and it's sad even if it's 1. And you got 700 deaths in Chicago, 4,000 shootings. So wouldn't you think the National Guard would be needed a little bit more in Chicago? than at the Capitol. And the same people that want the guard at the Capitol all summer said that they weren't needed in the cities where there was rioting. In fact, Portland and Seattle, there still is rioting. There's no National Guard there.
No National Guard, yeah. Well, if you've got some more, please call back because the phone is going to do its reset thing here. So, yeah, for like Philip in Florida, heat wave, you know the drill. We'll return after a quick timeout. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. All right, back at it here. And okay, phone reset. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. Good to go, Joel. We wrap things up on a Tuesday morning. A couple of quick updates here. As our nor'easter strengthens, during its crawl up the eastern seaboard. The winds are now continuing to ramp up along the mid-Atlantic and New England coastal areas. As we head into Tuesday, they tell us wind gusts have been frequenting 30 to 50 miles per hour this morning from Long Island, New York to eastern Massachusetts over the past several hours. Forecasters tell us wind gusts of 65 miles per hour are possible with this storm. So we'll probably begin looking for localized power outages as well as extensive blowing and drifting snow for the areas that are further inland. I'm not sure how far inland those winds are going, but Lone Ranger was talking here just a few minutes ago about the winds blowing where he's been out there trying to clear the driveway, and 30 minutes later, it looks like he hadn't even touched the darn thing. Now, I guess you could say there is some light at the end of the tunnel as the heaviest snows are pushing off into the northeasternmost reaches, but we're still witnessing some pretty heavy bands of snow on the wraparound side of this storm. It's the lighter stuff, it's a real light, fluffy snow in Ohio this morning. Still falling from Columbus southward down, just a little finger of snow down into eastern portions of Kentucky. Now, you still have some scattered snow showers from about Bristol, Tennessee, up into the southernmost reaches of West Virginia, western Virginia. But those heavier bands are now primarily focused on New York. Technically, from about Augusta, Maine, lines of heavy snow showers back to Montpelier, Vermont, on over into Syracuse, New York, then down into north central and central Pennsylvania. Most of the heavy stuff is now east of Pittsburgh. You're still going to have to wait for some of that lighter stuff to push through later this morning. That's back in Ohio and parts of West Virginia. But all the precip now moving pretty much on a north to south kind of through New York and Pennsylvania. It's coming in from east to west. Obviously, the wraparound, the counterclockwise circulation around this low through Maine and northern portions of New England. And again, still some scattered light snow stretching from D.C. to Philly, up into New York and Albany. So, yeah, it's been quite the storm. It is 844-844-3388. And hello, Philip. What's happening this morning?
Oh, nothing much, bud. Thanks for letting me know about that phone reset there. Why does that system do that, Steve? Is it just the way it's set up?
The system, it's something that's called Call-In Studio. And obviously, you see how it works. It screens your calls and everything, and it puts it up on a screen in front of me. The software itself will not allow a call to last more than 4 hours. So at 240 minutes, from the time I log in on the system, usually about 10 minutes till midnight or whatever, when you hit that 240-minute mark, if you haven't reset before then, it cuts everything off. Because my initial call to host has been on there for 4 hours at that point.
Okay, so it's around the 4-hour mark that you have to punch the button and reset everything back.
When you hit 240 minutes, I mean, technically, the last couple nights I've been trying to remember, like when I take my break at the bottom of the hour, 3:30 or whatever, to reset there. But I forgot this morning. I'm looking up when Ranger's talking, and I said, I'm at 2 hours, 39 minutes, and I got less than a minute. He's going to get cut off, you know?
Yeah, because it says thanks for listening to the show when it does that.
Yep, right.
But did you hear yesterday? Elon Musk announced that he's going to have a commercial crew. So he's going to do his own folks, and that they're going to get their own training, just like the astronauts. Did you hear anything about that?
I saw the announcement. Yeah, I had that story. I hadn't got to it yet this morning, but yeah, an actual. It's not going to be like NASA astronauts or whatever. This is going to be like regular old people, supposedly.
Yeah, it's going to be a paid thing. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a captain or whatnot that's going to be the lead guy, but everybody that goes up is going to have to go through training but it's going to be one of those pay things where people are paying to go up there.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually he could make it if he got it off the ground right. You know, our astronauts in the NASA program, they could be kind of replaced, don't you think?
Maybe.
You know, and that would take a lot of less burden off of the government as far as paying for it, because their salaries, I'm pretty sure they make pretty good money. So I was thinking about that yesterday. And by the way, this wind down here, you were talking about wind. Yesterday afternoon, we were getting 18 to 20 mile an hour wind down here, and we're still getting wind down here right now. That's what's keeping us. We're cold. I said when I called in, I put cold Florida. Cold Florida is 44 degrees. So, but I know that's nothing for everybody out there that's up north. But this wind down here is crazy, and it's crazy how the wind's been the last year. With the hurricanes last year, the wind was crazy, and with the snows, and the nor'easter is pretty close to being a hurricane as it is.
Correct.
Don't let nobody fool you. I think it's the topography up there in the northeast that makes that storms build that way, and the way they come off, you know, coming out of the Midwest into. But there was some pretty good snow yesterday in Philadelphia. I had a friend that lives close to Allentown. She told me that they got a pretty good piece of snow up there. So,
yep.
Well, Bud, I'm going to let you go. I know y'all pretty busy, so thanks for letting me talk, man.
We're hanging with them, as they say. So, as always, thanks for checking in. Have a safe day there in the Sunshine State. Send us some of that warmer weather if you can. Yeah, I know. It's like wishing upon a star. It ain't going to happen because our forecast is going to get really cold here in the coming days. But he mentioned SpaceX. Yes, I had the story. The announcement this past day for the first all-civilian mission to space, which they're describing as a major milestone for a private space flight and the space tourism industry. This mission will be aboard SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft. It will feature a 4-person crew led by Jared Isaacman, who is the founder and CEO of something called Shift4 Payments, a Pennsylvania-based payment processing company. And this is expected to launch sometime later this year, fourth quarter of this year, according to SpaceX. Now, according to Elon Musk, when you've got a brand new mode of transportation, you have to have pioneers. Things are expensive at first, and as you're able to increase the launch rate, increase the production rate, refine the technology, it becomes less expensive and then accessible to more people. Now, private citizens have flown to space before, but these space tourists typically paid to hitch a ride alongside NASA-trained astronauts or Russian cosmonauts. Isaacman's flight will be the first time a crew made up entirely of private citizens will venture into space. The crew members will undergo training by SpaceX, including mission simulations for emergency preparedness and how to handle orbital mechanics during their flight. Isaacman said in a statement that the mission, dubbed, it's going to be called Inspiration 4, is the realization of a lifelong dream for him and a step towards a future in which anyone can venture out and explore the stars. Well, anyone, that is, with millions of dollars to spend on the ride. SpaceX did not disclose how much Isaacman is paying for this particular flight, but Musk said he hopes these early joyrides will kind of lay the groundwork for more space tourism beyond just people like billionaires who can afford the flights right now. I guarantee he's paying a pretty penny. How many millions you think it's costing for to be one of the first space tourists? Guarantee it ain't cheap. All right, lines available as we're underway in our final hour. Groundhog Day is here. It's 844-844-3388. All right, heat wave. Yeah, you left us hanging there. We didn't get the rest of the story.
Senor, it wasn't my fault, I promise.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're over here in Santa Fe now. We're just an hour north of Albuquerque. So, just to recap, Chief Bowles got a letter from BLM, Bureau of Land Management, saying that he and his tribe had to move. So, Chief got in his car, went to the office, and instead of going to the BLM office, he went to the doctor's office, which was just next door because he had very bad vision.
Uh-huh.
And he slams that paper down on that desk and says, Chief Bowles, no go. Doctor says, well, okay, take one of these a day for the next week. A week later, Chief comes back. He's looking a little lighter than what he was and a little tired. And he still slaps that piece of paper on that counter and says, Chief Bowles, no go. And the doctor says, well, how about we go ahead and increase it to 2 tablets a day for the next 7 days, and then you come see me in a week. And a week later, Chief comes up. He's looking a little shabby, a little tired. And he says, Chief Bowles, still no go.
Oh, boy. Uh-oh,
and the doctor
look out.
says, well, he says, I tell you what, this is it. He says, you take 3 tablets a day for the next week, and then you come see me, and we'll figure out what we do from there. A week later, the chief comes up to the doctor's office.
Looking like hell.
He is looking terrible. Yeah. Just nothing on him, just skin and bones, droopy eyes, tired. He says, okay, Chief Bowles move. TP full of crap. Sorry, that's I can do. Did I start something today or what?
Everybody, hey, everybody needs a laugh, and especially coming off the whole 2020 thing. Laughter is good for your health, they tell us.
So they say. And what did that old boy said? It's called Appalachian Americans?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Instead of
Appalachian Americans.
Well,
I meant to ask him, well, I thought you said they were from the Netherlands or something, though.
Finland, yes.
Finland, okay.
Yeah, Finland.
So what's a hillbilly from Finland supposed to be called?
Hillbilly, I guess.
Right?
I don't know what else to say about that. And, hey, Beaver Squeezer, hey, thank you much for the kind words. Big Ed called him Beaver Sniffer by accident the other day.
Yes, he did.
He and I were talking about it. And it was like, that's probably a better name for the president now than instead of Eagle One. Call him Beaver Sniffer because it seems like that's all he does around women and kids.
Sniff, sniff, sniff.
So, all righty, senor, you have yourself a good morning.
All right.
I'll
Thank you so much. I saw the meme of Joe Biden. In this case, it's what was I don't know her name or his name. It's the chick that used to be Pennsylvania's top health expert, who has been now given the duty of I think nationally assistant health, second in line or whatever, assistant secretary of health. They've got the meme with Joe Biden sniffing her hair, and he's saying, "This one don't smell right." You probably know the chick I'm talking about. Yeah, that was your girl up there in Pennsylvania, wasn't it?
Well, not really a girl. It's a guy.
Yeah.
Who calls himself a girl, but you can find pictures of him with his wife and children before he
decided to make a change.
Mentally disturbed and decided, it's embarrassing, Steve. It's really embarrassing. It looks like a freak show. But regardless of whether you agree with the, sexual orientation or the fact that somebody thinks that they can determine their gender, which you can't. There's only one person that can determine that, and that's our creator. And there's only 2 genders in the real world, and the rest of them are all make-believe. And, of course, we never got to vote on any of this stuff. This was all pushed on us by liberal judges. But anyway, that person there was the person who took his mother out of the rest home to protect her and then sent people, just like Cuomo did. Cuomo should be in jail right now. There's how he's not been arrested is beyond me. Well, I should say, I don't know, because he was in line to be attorney general. So, you know, Democrats, I'll give them one thing. Not a fan of Democrats because they hate America, but they do take care of their own. And that's the case with Cuomo. They're taking care of their own because he should be in jail.
Now, I don't know that the average, most people have no idea what's going on with that, because I don't know if the news, mainstream media did any coverage on like Sunday or Monday, but I did see on Saturday night, I think I had Newsmax TV on, and they were talking about that, and they said as of like Saturday night, ABC had given 0 minutes of coverage, NBC had given 0 minutes of coverage. I think CBS had given 59 seconds of coverage to the whole Cuomo sending people back to the nursing homes, and where the numbers were miscounted, and twice as many people actually died thanks to Cuomo than was actually reported. But so nobody knows about it.
Well, that's one of the reasons why Joe Biden got elected, because you have a lot of ignorant people who get their news from these propaganda networks. You know, the propaganda networks like CNN, MSNBC, ABC, you know, New York Times, they're all a wing of the Democrat Party. And I'm already seeing people admitting on the social network that they are sorry they voted for Biden because they didn't know about all the things that he was going to do.
Right.
These executive orders have people going crazy. But there was 8,000 deaths reported in New York, and 4,500 of them were in nursing homes. Now the figure has gone up to 13,000. And about half of them are people who died in nursing homes, and he sent them there. So how he's not being arrested, I don't know. They need to do the same thing they're doing in California with Newsom. Get him out of there. A couple of quick things. All I had left here. Oh, by the way, they have declared a state of emergency in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Has been declared a state of emergency because of the snow.
Mm-hmm.
But what I wanted to touch on was the schools not being in session. The main focus is on, I guess, in Chicago, because the mayor ordered the teachers to go back to work, and they refused. They won't go. So now you've got the regular people, the backbone of the country, the productive people, the working people, and they can't go to work because they have to stay home and help their kid with the schoolwork. You know, most families have both parents working now because of the cost of living being so high. So somebody has to take a leave of absence or a sabbatical or whatever and stay home and help the kids. So not only does it affect the kid not getting a good education by not being there live, but it affects the parents' job status. They could lose their job. So the parents are going crazy over this because it's been reported that schools are safe and children are less likely to spread the COVID than adults. And the mayor of Chicago spent millions of dollars to upgrade these schools with the ventilation systems, make them as safe as possible. And the teachers still refuse to go back. In fact, some of them already got the COVID vaccine, jumped in line ahead of other people. And even though they got the vaccine, they still won't go back. But the problem is they're getting paid. They have no incentive to go back. They're all on vacation, paid vacation. How do you beat that? So now the residents and the parents are frustrated because they're still paying school tax. The biggest tax I pay here is my school tax. I don't even have any kids in school, but of course, you know, everybody has to pay their same amount. So the school tax is huge. So now I saw somebody suggest, and I thought was a good idea, refund the school tax that these people are paying, these parents that are frustrated, and let them use that money to put their kid in a private school, because there's a lot of private schools are wide open. Catholic schools are open, and they're doing fine. But it isn't the teachers themselves, I don't think. Well, maybe some of them, but It's the unions because, they're getting paid. There's no incentive to go back to work. So either refund the taxes to the parents so they can put their kids in private schools, or just tell the teachers, if you're not back by a certain date, we're not going to pay you.
No, I
of course, they have a union contract.
I saw a social media discussion, Ranger, kind of talking about that. And someone was kind of alluding like you are, that it's just you're not working. One teacher chimed in and said, to the contrary, we're working harder now than we ever do for in-school learning because we're having to put all these lessons together and get them loaded into the computer to download to the kids' laptops and all that. And we're still working every day during the online learning sessions. I don't know. Is it like a vacation, or are they actually still working hard?
Well, the one I saw had a picture of herself laying on the beach in the Bahamas. I don't know where she's working from, but the problem there is whether they're working hard or not, more kids are failing. There's a 90% increase in the number of kids that are getting Fs because in-person learning with the socializing with other kids, it helps the kid. And some of them, they don't have, they lose their attention span, just goes away, just sitting there staring at a laptop. Where if there's other kids, they interact with the other kids, it's much healthier and much better for them. So regardless of whether they're working or not, it's not working. More kids are failing, more kids are having trouble. In fact, who the heck was it? One of the government officials said, well, just keep them back a year, let them repeat a year. Well, that means another whole year of a kid going to school when he could have graduated. But, some politician that couldn't care less because his kids are in private schools. It's the same old arrogant, ignorant attitude. The day after the Nobel Peace Prize, the BLM was nominated for Nobel Peace Prize. The day after that nomination, they're up in Rochester rioting and looting or whatever goes on up there the day after. So there's how much peace there is with that organization. Biden is being criticized even by some Democrats with all of these executive orders because all he's doing is bypassing Congress because he knows some of them are so ridiculous, even though they have control. Even some of the Democrats might not vote for some of this outrageous stuff. So he's finally being criticized even by some Democrats because he's bypassing Congress. Congress represents the people. And when Congress votes, well, of course, depending on the bribes, where the bribes come from, but when Congress votes, they're supposed to be voting based on what their constituents want. And there's a lot of constituents that wouldn't want some of these executive orders. So he's finally, I think even the New York Times, believe it or not, threw some criticism his way and said he's, way out of control. I think he's signed 40 of them now already. So it's some ridiculous number. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it goes on and on and on. And it's just sad to sit back and watch America being destroyed by Americans. And that's all I have. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks for dialing us back up. Have a good morning, and good luck digging that car out in that mess. All that snow. Yeah, it may take a couple of days before things can get back to normal in parts of the Northeast. Jeffrey shared this, and that kind of rings a bell with me, Jeffrey. 100% correct. Under the big bold heading, inciting violence. Because remember, Donald Trump incited an insurrection on January the 6th. He said, come on, people, let's go back and share some of the quotes that we've heard over the last 4 years about Donald Trump. Remember when Madonna said, let's blow up the White House? I think she actually got a call from the Secret Service, if I'm not mistaken, I believe. I guess it doesn't need to be said, but every one of these statements are coming from Democrats. Peter Fonda, the Democrat, says, let's lock 10-year-old Barron Trump in a cage with child molesters. Johnny Depp said, quote, we need another John Wilkes Booth. Remember that? Tom Arnold said, quote, I fantasize about standing over Trump Jr.'s dead body. Kathy Griffith, we all remember, she held up the bloody, decapitated head of Donald Trump. Snoop Dogg, he actually makes a music video, shoots a likeness of Trump in the video, and he's got Trump in a body bag on his album cover. Joe Biden, current president, said, quote, I'd like to take Trump behind a barn to beat him. Remember when Cory Booker said, quote, I dream of punching Trump in the face. I dream of it. Probably one of the earliest comments was when Maxine Waters, the Democratic congresswoman, said, quote, harass the Trump staff and supporters in public and refuse to serve them. But according to the Democrats and the left-wing media, the DNC talking points, it's Donald Trump was the one with all the hateful rhetoric. Because they're all about being tolerant. We're all about peace and coming together. Yet that's what we heard for 4 years. Any of those comments ring a bell? I remember every last one of them. But I guess if there's a D next to your name, you get a pass. You get a pass. Because your hatred of Donald Trump was fully justified, regardless. 23 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, that's us. And we're back. Kind of rolling down the home stretch here on a Tuesday morning. Groundhog Day. 6 more weeks of winter or early spring? Punxsutawney Phil is to let us know in short order. And there are several ways you can see him, since you can't see him in person this year. I'm seeing here they're saying no visitors are permitted due to the COVID pandemic. I'm not sure how many media outlets will be there. Probably quite a few, but this particular story says WTAJ will be at Gobbler's Knob live this morning to see Punxsutawney Phil. Live coverage throughout the morning shows starting at 5 a.m. Till 7 a.m. And then I guess, everybody else breaks in live. Yeah, even like your morning Today show and Good Morning America and all that. They break in for like 2 minutes of coverage or something. So you get to see the Groundhog Day special. You get to see them come out anyway. But some of these outlets will actually have full coverage, which is going to be a virtual event. The Holy Stay PA experience has been created to let families have a safe event at home without forfeiting the excitement of Groundhog Day today. Now, whether you're hoping for 6 more weeks of winter, because some people like getting out and playing in the snow, or you're hoping for an early spring, we could all use a little extra happiness. Oh, well, there you go. So some of what you'll see, I guess, featured activities include they'll be sharing recipes, curated Spotify playlists, giveaways, and a live stream of the event starting at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. So we can all see what Punxsutawney Phil has to say. All right, let me see here. Next up, who we got? An anonymous caller.
Is John shouldn't be anonymous.
Well, I guess your number came up.
I just kind of wanted to touch upon what the fellow was saying with the darn Democrats. And I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch or cry over spilt milk, but I think every cloud has its silver lining, and I think eventually they're going to get a taste of their own medicine. But we got bigger fish to fry as Republicans, so we got to remember that we got to hit the nail on the head, and that ignorance is bliss, because it takes one to know one, is what I always like to say, and sometimes it's better just to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or live or learn. But I didn't know, Steve, if maybe what you had in mind, because my mom always told me to play the devil's advocate, because once in a blue moon, you know, you don't want to rain on someone's parade or spill the beans or take a rain check, or, you know, because the ball's in your court. But I think, you know, the Republican Party is the best thing since sliced bread, and the Democrats, I mean, that's just this big elephant in the room. They don't get the whole 9 yards, or there's other fish in the sea. And there's no such thing as a free lunch, like these Democrats want to say. But, you know, and I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but also got to throw caution to the wind. And, you know, sometimes there's just no snowball's chance in hell that, you know, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. But I don't know, man. I just didn't know what you thought about that. Maybe we could have a calm before the storm, or burn some bridges, or come rain, come shine. Curiosity killed the cat, cut the mustard, and every dog has its day.
Okay.
What do you think about that, Steve?
Boy, I'm you know, honestly, I'm very, very confused, because that was one hell of a circle you just talked around.
Oh, okay. Let me put it like this, man. So
right.
It takes two to tango. It takes two to tango, right? So
yeah.
if we take it with a grain of salt, I don't want to spill the beans or anything, because I got to save it for a rainy day.
We're gonna do it again.
Because you might be on thin ice. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think you're putting it in a different way.
Thing.
Yeah. Okay. There's a crackpot in every mix. What the hell was he talking about? Every dog has his day. There were a couple things that were in the mix there that was actually factual. That there is no free lunch. Like the Democrats want to make you think. We're going to give. Somebody's going to pay for it. I'm not a kid anymore. I might not be the one that has to pay the price. But I guarantee you, whether it's my children or my grandchildren, somebody's going to be paying for all these. It looks like we're going to pursue adding another $1.9 trillion to our deficit. Now, I'm not going to point fingers one direction or the other, because we've already passed, several $1 trillion in relief packages under the Donald Trump watch. And we're just going to keep piling on. Yesterday, there was a meeting with Republican senators at the White House, and they presented a reduced package. I think it was $600 billion versus $1.9 trillion. But no, looks like Joe Biden is ready to go it alone with just the Democrats on his $1.9 trillion plan, even if it gets no Republican support. The White House termed Biden's discussion with 10 Republicans pitching that downsized effort as a productive talk. But Biden told the senators that your plan doesn't go far enough. I knew that would be his response. Biden told the group he'll not slow down work on this urgent crisis response, will not settle for a package that fails to meet the moment. And what he's saying essentially is Ranger brought up several of the big high dollar points. The Democratic Party has been aiming to bail out the likes of these Democrat states for their irresponsible spending. California, New York, Illinois, numerous Democrat-controlled states that were on the brink of going under, on the brink of bankruptcy before COVID ever emerged to rear its ugly head. Granted, things have been compounded now. Things have gotten worse due to the COVID in those states. But that even fiscally responsible states, we've all had to suffer through the exact same crisis. But there's no reason to use the COVID pandemic as an excuse to bail out all these ill-advised, big spending, left-leaning, if it's free, it's for me states, providing benefits to illegals and things of that nature. It's costing billions of dollars every year. That's what they're insisting stays in this relief package, because it's all about the COVID. Chuck Schumer announced the plan for the fiscal year 2021 budget measure in the Senate and the House, saying this is going to allow Congress to fast-track a COVID package. for passage by both chambers. They're going to bypass the 60-vote threshold in the Senate to enact the coronavirus legislation with a simple majority through a procedure called reconciliation. This would mark the first time congressional Democrats used this maneuver to flex their muscle since winning this razor-thin control of the Senate with those two runoff elections in Georgia last month. As we all well know now, the Senate is divided 50-50. You've got the Vice President, Kamala Harris, that gets to cast the deciding vote. So Democrats get the victory across the board. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is expected to meet with Senate Democrats on this measure sometime today. Schumer spoke ahead of the Oval Office meeting yesterday evening among Biden, Harris, and the 10 Republican senators who proposed it was a $618 billion relief package. Okay, so the $1.9 trillion is going to go through. But they're saying we got to have this, we got to have that. Now, the Republican plan did not offer assistance to state or local governments, which is one of the items I was just saying. Biden says, this has to be, we have to bail these states out. The Republican proposal was offering $1,000 direct payments to American citizens compared to the $1,400 in the $1.9 trillion package. We haven't seen many red lines drawn publicly by Democrats in Congress, according to Biden. Now, something else that they're saying has to be in this package. Again, this has nothing whatsoever to do with COVID release. And that would be amnesty for illegals. They want that in the COVID relief bill. How about that? 100 or so Democrats in the House asking Nancy Pelosi to include what critics are calling amnesty for some illegals in the COVID package. According to Breitbart reporting this past day, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus is heading up the group of House Democrats who sent a letter to Nancy over the weekend seeking amnesty for at least 5 million illegals who are deemed essential workers. They are recipients of temporary protected status under the DACA, the DREAM Act. As you continue to work on assembling a COVID reconciliation package and begin work on an economic recovery and jobs package, we urge you to include a pathway to citizenship for essential immigrant workers, dreamers and TPS holders, and their families to ensure a robust recovery. A recovery that's we have to be inclusive and equitable for all Americans, regardless of their immigration status. So we're going to, what is the cost of that going to be? 5 million. You know the number is going to be much higher than 5 million because it's also going to be their families. Already the Biden administration proposed an amnesty plan that would provide that pathway to citizenship to anyone that's in this country, anyone that's here as of January 1st. I've already mentioned, as this progresses along, how do you know they were here January 1st or January 21st or February 2nd or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? For the most part, for those that actually are able to sneak in, you don't know what day they came in. Now they say so far 28 House Democrats who might face tough races. See, because it's all about getting reelected. They have not voiced any opinion. They have nothing to say about this measure. See, if you're a shoo-in or you don't have any opposition, nobody's going to mount a primary challenge against you, you're allowed to speak out. But in the event that you might face a challenge, this could be the straw that broke the camel's back. Last I checked, there's still an overwhelming majority of the American people who want more security along the border. They want more enforcement And they want more, deport them, send them back, make them go through the process, the legal process, to which we allow 1.2 million people to come legally into this country every single year. You get in line like the rest of the people. And I support that. It's about 19 before the hour. All right, lines wide open here. It's 844-844-3388. I guess you'd have to be an older truck driver. You'd have to have been out there a few years. The young guns probably don't even know who Jimmy Hoffa is. Not James Hoffa, the current Teamsters boss, but the old man, Jimmy Hoffa, the guy that disappeared all those years ago. For whatever reason, Fox News has been doing kind of a special series entitled Riddle, The Search for James R. Hoffa. And they say they've uncovered the best evidence yet to confirm Jimmy Hoffa, the labor leader who disappeared outside of Detroit back in 1975, was actually buried in a steel drum in New Jersey. Frank Coppola, the son of Paul Coppola Sr., said he couldn't fit in the drum body first, as in feet first. They had to turn him upside down and put him in head first. He couldn't get the legs to bend right, they said. Now, don't take this the wrong way, because he had a lot of respect for Hoffa, but he said they couldn't fit the little fat man in the barrel feet first. The little fat guy. So they put him in head first. Then they pushed the cover on top of him. Then they buried him. Fox Nation reports, and I guess this was the latest episode, they found an underground pit at the spot of a New Jersey City dump where Coppola claims his father actually helped bury Hoffa in a 55-gallon steel drum underneath a pile of steel drums. Fox Nation also found several large pieces of curved metal buried, and that suggests maybe the presence of steel drums. The Fox Nation shares this latest discovery in their latest episode of Riddle, The Search for James R. Hoffa. After all these years, still looking for a Hoffa. What was the word? Was some of the various rumors over the years. One wasn't he buried at some sports arena, some stadium or something? Kind of buried in the actual cement pilings where they built the stadium. I've heard there's been a bunch of various rumors, but they've never found the guy. All right, we get a quick time out here, come back. You want to jump on board as we begin winding things down on a Tuesday. Room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhancing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll be wrapping things up here shortly. On a Tuesday morning, I'm going to sit back in the rocking chair, the Chevy guy, and wait for Punxsutawney Phil to stick his head out of his breath. I'm guessing they're in Gobbler's Knob. His burrow has to be buried in about a foot and a half of snow. You have to dig him out of his burrow. And when he comes out, he don't voluntarily come out. They pull him out. And when he comes out later this morning, I'll drag him out of there. He's going to want to get right back in there. Leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep here. Don't you know it's the middle of winter? And it's snowing? You bunch of dummies. All right, had a couple of others wanted to touch on before we wrap things up here this morning. First of all, I checked a few of the messages. And let me see. Beth says, happy to hear you back on the air. Thanks so much, Beth. Tim says, happy to hear you again. Has RV John found you yet? Tim, no, he has not. Thankfully, maybe that would have to be a blessing in disguise that RV John hasn't found us. Hey, Red Mule found us. It was good to hear his voice this morning. Here a little bit ago, about 25 minutes ago, Lobster was holding on. I didn't leave you there long. He was only there about 11. I don't know if he had to go, but he was, finally, looking to check in for the first time. I said, we got 4 weeks into the program before you ever chimed in, Lobster. So maybe he'll give us a call back here in the coming days. I'm guessing he's working the daytime thing mostly, rather than out there at the nighttime hours, whatever the case might be. Let's see. Beaver Squeezer's back with us. Now, first question I got to ask you, Beaver Squeezer. How many Coors Light have we polished off since we started the show?
There's been quite a few. There's a singer-songwriter. There's 2 singer-songwriters I follow, and they do Facebook Lives.
Yeah.
And before you come on, I kind of go into their rooms, and they interact with us like you do.
Yeah.
Only, you type in what you want to say, and they reply to you. Anyways, hey, what I wanted to tell you right now is I'm up all night and all day long. I got a big farm I run here, and I kind of stay up with you all morning, and then I go out to the barn and do what I do. I look forward to retirement. God damn, I wish I was back in the truck. Anyways, thanks, Steve. You get me through a lot of long nights.
Sure. That's what we're here for, Beaver Squeezer. Well, thank you so much.
And also,
Go ahead.
Also, if I have a minute, underneath your page, I watch you on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know right now there's a woman in the Philippines doing Facebook Live, and you can watch her take a shower? Yes, you can.
I didn't realize that, Beaver Squeezer, but you found her magically. You found her, huh? Free of charge on Facebook Live. You know, back in the day, it wasn't it like $3.99 a minute just to talk to him. You didn't even get to see him. All right, here just a few moments left. I'm gonna head down the home stretch. I guess we'll give this as a response to John, who was talking in circles there a few minutes ago, and also kind of to Lone Ranger, where he's talking about how the Democrats want to cheat, steal, lie, whatever they have to do to grab power. It was actually on I think it was on Fox News, Life, Liberty, and Levin. Mark Levin had Republican Senator Hawley on this past Sunday evening, to which Hawley said Democrats are seizing the Republicans' Electoral College objections and the storming of the Capitol using the lie to grab power. I think we need election reform. I think we need a ban on ballot harvesting. Well, hell yeah, we do. I think we need to take a hard look at how the mail-in balloting was administered in many of these states, including the likes of Pennsylvania. They didn't follow their own laws in that state. Democrats are twisting the reasonable concerns of election fraud and the constitutional objection of the Electoral College certification. What the liberals have said is, because you did that, you effectively incited violence. That is a lie. They know it's a lie. They said he wanted to overturn the election. That is a lie. They know it's a lie. He just wanted the truth about the election. They said, it's equivalent to a violent insurrection. The objection that you raised, that's a lie. And they know it's a lie. This is all a maximum pressure campaign to cancel former President Trump and his supporters and Republicans who will seek election, any sort of election reform constitutionally, after Democrats forced through their long-desired mass mail-in balloting under the guise of the COVID pandemic. Lastly, he said, I think we're seeing now is an attempt by the left to lie about our motivations, to lie about our actions in order to grab power. They want to silence any dissent. They want to silence me, he said. And I tell you right now, I'm not going to back down before a liberal mob. Senator Josh Hawley. And yes, that's what Trump supporters and the likes of Ted Cruz and all those, Rand Paul was in the mix there, front and center, saying, we're not looking to overturn the election. We just want to actually have an investigation. We know there was some fraud. How widespread was it? Let's just get to the bottom of it. Let's get the truth of what transpired on Election Day. We know there were some nefarious things that were taking place. There may or may not have been enough improprieties to have made a difference in the election, but either way, all this has done is enhanced many people's distrust in our election process. Let's look into what needs reformed. Let's get it corrected so we can bring some integrity back into our elections. It's as simple as that. But to even suggest all you want is the truth, you're a horrible person. You just won't face the reality, right? No, but by refusing to allow any sort of investigation, all those who have question marks, they're never going to get the real answers. So that distrust isn't going to magically disappear in 2 years or 4 years from now. It's going to be there. But with that, thank you so much for participating. We'll be back at the midnight hour tonight. What do you think? Are you wagering? You got 50-50 odds. 6 more weeks of winter or an early spring? I don't care what Punxsutawney says. I say 6 more weeks of winter because we know what's on the horizon. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world before you go.